to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Austin.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Austin.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie time.
Hey, yo, father. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative, and I'm so glad to see all of you tonight. Happy Friday. I'm so sorry I'm a little late tonight. Oh, I've had a long day, and then storage is always an issue when you're creating videos because sometimes you don't want to like get rid of some of the stuff because you could use it later, and then you end up hoarding clips, and I had too much in my iPhone and it's like going kind of haywire. Hey Michelle, April, good to see you. I saw Ann Reynolds tonight. Good to see you, Ann, and I hope you're feeling better. I saw Hey Jude. Good to see you, Hey Jude. SI Officer, Lori, Michelle. I said hi to Michelle. Robini, Valley Girl. Good to see you guys. And Fed Up Buttercup. Good to see you. Good to see all of you guys. Chomping on the gum, right? I had to get Eric Craddock chomping on the gum. Um, I know, right? They need a buttercup emoji. They do. I guess like a horse might be a buttercup emoji because some horses are named Buttercup. Um, but yeah, it's Friday. So I have some slow clips that I've slowed down, right? Because last night Rogue was asking about the video and I couldn't get it to upload. But I think it's really important to analyze this video because this was Sebastian's 15th birthday, right before he went missing. And there's a lot of taunting back and forth. Yeah, Pink Floyd is really relaxing, especially that album, Hey Jude, Dark Side of the Moon. Yeah. Um, I agree. But when it comes to Sebastian, he was looking up on the internet about bullying. And I was thinking back to maybe some bullies at school. But then again, Katie said that there wasn't bullying going on at school. She confirmed that. She said that the administrators are pretty good about making sure everyone is kind to each other and shows everybody with respect, right? I know a lot of schools do that initiative with kids. I feel like a lot of it has to do with the way that the parents act. If I'm just going to be completely honest with you guys, I think it's because of the way the parents act, and they go home and they see the parents, or they overhear them on the telephone, or maybe they see them on the YouTube streets, and they're being hateful to one another. And so the kids think that that's the way that you should treat each other, right? Because I don't know about you guys, but when I was growing up, we were taught respect. We were taught to respect our elders. We were taught to respect everyone. It didn't matter if you were at the grocery store. You showed people respect, right? You held the door open for people. You smiled at somebody, right? You made some eye contact with people. People don't really do that as much anymore. And I know that it happens more in smaller areas. You kind of get a lot more used to that interaction. I've been guilty of it myself, being from Chicago and then moving to like a small town in Missouri. It was like people would ask me all the time, like, you're not from around here, are you? And it's like, no, because you don't conversate as much, and I do that more, I guess, now. But either way, I think it's just something that they've done a lot of initiatives. I don't see Sebastian having issues there. Katie said he didn't, and then Seth has never mentioned that he was being bullied at school. And then this was uploaded to Facebook. I don't even know who uploaded it, to be completely honest with you. I've had it for a long time. Thanks, Lori. Yeah, I don't know. I just get that feeling that it's not the schools. The schools seem to have like big banners up. Like, I don't know. I remember even going, even as recent as my daughter, even in high school, which it doesn't stop it, but they'll have, the big banners up that says anti-bullying, or they'll do like a week about it. And they try really, really hard to just make it to where it's a safer environment for kids, right? Because we know a lot of kids will do things like take their own lives because they're being bullied really harshly at school, or maybe they don't have that many friends, or maybe they don't have any friends at all. And they just feel really bad about themselves, right? Who wouldn't feel bad about themselves if they were always alone and they didn't have any friends? I mean, everybody needs people, right? We need people no matter how much we might not want to admit it, or maybe sometimes we like to have our privacy and our quiet time, right? But we still need people. Good to see you, Loretto. And hey, Carla, nice to see you. Welcome in, everyone that's coming in. And thank you for being here. But we see it a lot. I just don't think that Sebastian was really experiencing that at school, and I could be wrong. Everybody gets bullied at some point in their life, right? Life isn't fair. Life sucks. We just have to survive what we can until we die. I mean, let's just to be honest, we just keep on going. But some people, it overtakes them, and that's what we try to survive, I guess. So Sebastian is dealing with bullying. He's searching online, and I have the clip where Seth is talking about it on the Lab After Dark. So shout out to Josh at the Lab. He's amazing. You guys know we love Josh over here. And I see a lot of you guys go over, and sometimes I'm just in the bushes. Sometimes they'll say hello, just depending on how tired I am, because he's usually on after I am. And so but Seth was on there with Tony Mathis, and I just clipped a little piece of it. I've showed it before. We've talked about this video before, but we never really slowed it down and analyzed it like this. And I think it's important to do that, especially because it's shortly before Sebastian went missing, and it wasn't a good situation in the way that I interpreted the video. Now, you may look at this video and interpret it completely differently, or you may look at the video and say, yeah, Lady Freedom, I can see what you're saying here, but I disagree here. And that's going to happen. It's all open to interpretation. Just be kind to each other in the chat, respectful, all of that, especially when we're doing a show about bullying, for crying out loud. But I know you guys are awesome and respectful to each other, and I so appreciate that all the time. Carla says, I was lucky my whole class was great about sticking together and not allowing anyone to get bullied. Yeah, I mean, you kind of like live and learn with that too, Carla. So sometimes, you might be a part of it because you don't want to be the one that's being bullied, right? That happens a lot. Little Redo did the sociopath next door. She analyzed some excerpts from the book, and I was really interested in being in there because it talks about different experiments that were done, and we could probably go on and on about that. I might bore you to death because I'll get really geeked out about it, because I really like psychology behind why people do the things that they do, why people act the way that they do, what's human nature, what's not, what's weird, what what I mean. So it's interesting to me. I enjoy it. But there are a lot of studies and a lot of trials that have been done about why people might just allow for things to happen, like the Holocaust, for example. That's very extreme. But if we look at the torture and the systematic abuse that was done to people that many, many people were involved in, we wonder, how in the hell did somebody involve themselves in that, right? You think to yourself, would I participate in something that awful? I'd like to think I didn't, Yeah, Lil Redo, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was super important, especially when we think about true crime, because these are the things that we need to examine and look at, right? Because if we have a deeper understanding of these things, then we can have a greater understanding of what is going on in these cases. Because let's be honest, a lot of these dynamics exist. We can't say that they don't. I'm not a doctor, but I do think that Chris Proudfoot fits a lot of the characteristics. So there's that. That's my opinion. So it was a great book, Lil Red. It was a great book. And sometimes I enjoy just sit there being read too, right? It's nice. So let me go ahead, and we're going to look at this first clip. Sebastian looking at bullying.
Well, his Google account is underneath my Google account. So anything that he does on his Google account, I get an email about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Get an email every week that says where he's been, what he's been looking up, everything, because it's literally a parental account.
Did he know that you could see it?
Huh?
Did he know that you could see his activity?
No.
Yeah.
To have the freedom. And if I had gotten a report and looked at it and thought, well, this is kind of, a little bit iffy, then I'd ask him about it. But most of the time, he was on YouTube watching videos. He was on YouTube watching videos. And the worst part about it, in my opinion, is he would watch videos on how to deal with being bullied. To me, that means he's using the internet to teach himself on how to deal with problems in his life.
As a resource.
which is what it's supposed to be. People ask questions, yet you got, you know, a $1,500 phone in your hand, and you can't have enough common sense to sit there and Google search it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but I would take that information, and then when I had conversations with my son, I would incorporate that into my conversations.
Right.
Because I want to be there for him. I want to be able to teach him what I know. So that way he doesn't have to go to the internet. He's got a dad.
Okay, guys, so I slowed it down a bunch of times here. It's kind of on a loop, right? But we can see that Sebastian is, you know, sitting there. He has his hands in his pockets. He seems like he's pretty excited about the show starting, right? The game show starting. And all of a sudden he takes a look over at Aunt Melissa, who's on his team, and he looks down the row, and she's like filming him like a weirdo, right? And he's like, Aunt Melissa. And look, I mean, it reminds me of like the look I would give my kids if they were doing something wrong. And then I might look at them in public and say, you know, stop. You know what I mean? And kind of mouth it out so you're not, you know, screaming across the room or hollering. I mean, he handled it like a very mature fashion, in my opinion, for a 15-year-old. Especially when someone's being a jerk.
Welcome everyone. Welcome to Great Big Game Show, the game show where we have great big fun. My name is Amanda, and I'm going to be your host for today.
So especially when someone's being a jerk, right? So that's the next kind of piece to the video, and I didn't want to take it out of context when I show you this, because I think it's important to analyze. But when we're looking at this, right, Seth says, yeah, Sebastian, you know, he would go on the internet, but he had an account where Seth would get weekly reports on his activity, right? And then Seth would look over it. Well, while he was doing that, he found out that Sebastian was searching how to deal with bullies. You know, so maybe that was something that he learned online. Maybe it was something that, you know, they had a conversation about, because Seth did say that they had a conversation about that, you know. No worries, Lori. Oh, we'll see you in a little bit. He's such a good dad, right? SI officer. He's like, I want him to come to me. I remember that used to be one of my biggest concerns as my daughter was growing up, getting into these years, right, that Sebastian was in, or he's still in, right? But speaking about it in that time frame, right, where he was at then, I would always just really, really want my daughter to come to me, right? You don't want them to go to their friends necessarily, because maybe their friends are going to give them a dumbass answer. And us all growing up before, we know that sometimes our friends didn't give the best advice, right? And sometimes even our friends, you know, as we get older, you know which ones to go to advice for, or you know kind of what you're going to get when you do ask one of your friends about advice, right? You're kind of looking for good advice. But when you're growing up, you really don't understand what that looks like. And then you also, you know, you'll go to your best friend and it might be, you know, someone who doesn't have the best advice. And you take that advice, and the next thing you know, you're like, I shouldn't have taken that advice. Oh, good little Redo. I'm going to have to stop in. I'll have to stop in tomorrow. I've just been so busy. I'm just running around like a chicken. And yeah, you were telling me about that too, that your son loved Pink Floyd. He had really good taste in music, in my opinion. Oops, I didn't mean to drop that link. Sorry. Robbie, and he says, my brother played Pink Floyd in the Wall for 13th birthday. Wow, that's awesome. That's great. Well, great albums. Thank you. Thanks, hey Jude. for dropping Josh's link. Yeah, because he does the lab, right? He always has great people on his panel. He's super smart and funny, cracks me up. That's why I like to go watch Josh after I get off of my live, because he's so funny. And I'm Lil Redo says I enjoy Josh. Yeah, and he there's Lil Redo's channel too. But yeah, he's funny. It's nice after getting off of, if I talk about serious stuff here. Yeah, check out Lil Redo's channel, Carla. Like I said, that I really enjoyed the Sociopath Next Door. Very, very, very good. I know, Lil Redo. He's so cute. Sebastian and I would have had a great time. Yeah, he should have been having a great time. He should not have been being bullied, in my opinion. Like, who does that to somebody on their birthday anyway? That's weird. And she's just kind of like panning over to him. We're going to see more. But I wanted to slow this part down, right? Because we were talking about it last night, and you really have to almost see him, right? I mean, you see him in this picture here, right, on all the way to the right of your screen. He doesn't look pleased, right? Doesn't look pleased. Looks annoyed, in my opinion. Looks angry. Who wouldn't be when someone's doing that to you? Nobody likes that. Especially teenagers. That's another thing, too. I remember my daughter doing that, like maybe around, probably like 12 or 13. She would be like this or going like this. And, you know, I'd be like, let me take your picture. And she was like, no, leave me alone. And you know what I mean? Like, she didn't want, let me take your picture. Teenagers are that way, right? Maybe somebody said something shitty to them at school, like, oh, look at your face. And then, you know, they don't want their picture taken. That's kind of how it works, you know, when their self-esteem isn't all the way built yet and people are dogging them. You know, it happens to adults too. Everybody has feelings. Hey, Kiki. No worries, girl. No worries. Thank you for being here. It's good to see you. Happy Friday. Carla says, Aunt Melissa sounds like a huge bully. Seth is a great dad. Yeah. Well, she just looks that way, you know? We're going to hear her too. But there's other people in the background too. And I don't know who all is there, honestly. We do see Katie. You know, we do see Katie. And I'm going to show you the moment that she wasn't going to bat for Sebastian. And it really bothers me because I would never let anybody tease my kid like that, right? It's even more than teasing. A little bit of teasing is nothing. There's nothing wrong with that, right? It's joking around. It's not like you're trying to hurt somebody. But this was like kind of over and over and over again, right? Where he's just trying to enjoy himself and he's able to regulate his emotions very quickly. I want to point this out, okay? So this is important. So let me go right to this.
Welcome everyone. Welcome to Great Big Game Show, the game show where we have great big fun. My name is Amanda and I'm going to be your host for today. Over the course of today's game, we are going to be competing in a series of different mini games and challenges in which both teams are going to be bringing in points to see who can come out on top. But before we get started, I have got a very important question to ask both teams, and I'm going to need to hear your answers loud and clear. Red team, are we going to be the winners today?
Okay, guys, right here, this is such a cute little moment right here, right? He looks at his mom. He's like giving her the stare down, right? Like, you're going down, right? He's looking at her. And then Aunt Melissa pans over. That's cute with Katie, right? She's like, I'm watching you, right? That's cute. And he's happy, right? This is right after all this shit with Melissa. He points over there and he's having a good time, right? He's like, yeah, I'm good, competition. You could tell that he liked healthy competition. Who doesn't, right? It's kind of all American. And then, look, he's regulated. This is on a loop, right? This is slowed down even further. Now he's giving mom the look. He's looking over at his mom like, so cute, right? This is slowed down a lot. And Melissa's, oddly do it, which, I mean, I would get this moment on camera. I think this is a good moment to get on camera, right? Katie's on the opposite team. She does the I'm watching you kind of thing. She's got the I watch on too, by the way. Right? So that was cute. That's what moms and sons do, right? That's normal. Healthy, in my opinion. He's happy again, right? And then he points at his mom. He's like, I'm going to get her. Right? He's adorable. And then Melissa pans over, and Katie's no longer interested in Sebastian. She's kind of paying attention to the host, or hostess, rather. It's a lady. So we just kind of see that right after everything went down with Melissa, right? Melissa's talking like real shit, something that Sebastian's annoyed with, and it's making him angry. And then it's as the show is starting, and then the show starts, and then Sebastian's like trying to get Katie's attention, like, hey, I'm looking at you, I'm gonna get you, because that's healthy. But then there's still that toxic Melissa watching, right? In my opinion. I'm sorry. It doesn't seem like she's, doing it to be fun. She's doing it to be a jerk, in my opinion. So I'm sorry, guys. I didn't number these. Let me just write down this number just so I don't forget it. So I know which clip we're on. But it just really rubs me the wrong way, right? But if we're to believe that Sebastian had such issues with social and emotional regulation, here's my opinion on that. When I look at this, we slow it down, right? We watch the first one. Sebastian's upset. Seconds later, he changes over and everything's okay. Even though somebody's stressing him out, even though somebody's deliberately taunting him, even though someone's deliberately messing with him, he's able to be like, hey, this is what's fun, right? This is going on over here, and I'm going to pay attention over here. And then, by the way, I want to, razz my mom a little bit because that's what I enjoy doing. And Katie, interacted with him there. But here's Melissa still filming him, which is odd. Hey, Mama. Hey, Melly Cat. Hey, Peggy. Good to see you. You watch Josh too? Yeah, he's good. He's so good. Oh, happy birthday, Melly Cat. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Oh, I'm so glad it's your birthday. Thanks for being here. My goodness. I feel honored that you're here on your birthday. Aw, that's fantastic. Happy birthday. I need to get a birthday song in here, guys. I wish I could sing one like, but I don't think you guys want that. That would not be a very nice birthday present. Speaking of birthdays, maybe if I wanted to be like Aunt Melissa, I'd sing to you. SI officer says, so far I witnessed no happiness on that day. That was his birthday in December before he went missing. SI officer, I'm struggling to find it, right? He's struggling to find his happiness, right? Have you ever just had someone be an asshole to you? I mean, I know we all have. I know we can all relate to this, right? There's just some dick that is just deciding to be just how they are, right? And they don't want to stop. They want to keep at it and keep at it and keep trying to get to you and keep trying to get to you. And you try to self-regulate, right? Not going to let it bother me. Having a good day, right? And this person just keeps on and keeps on and keeps on. You don't expect it to be on your birthday of all times. Who does that on someone's birthday? You especially don't expect that to be an elder in your family, right? Someone that you're supposed to respect, but yet you have to scold them because they're acting out of line. I'm not witnessing him being able to be happy because every time he looks over and there she is filming him. He's trying to have a moment with his mother, and there's Aunt Melissa. And why, right? What does she get out of it? A sick enjoyment? That's what I think she gets out of it. I think she's a real sicko, if I'm being perfectly honest with how I feel in my opinion. Hey, Jude is the best. Yes, Justin. We need Justin. Justin needs to come on the panel to sing to me. I need to ask him if I may use a recording. There you go. That'll be easier. Let him do it. Because I am not. I mean, you know, like I'd have to do it if I was working at a restaurant and whatnot. I'd sing happy birthday to people, of course, when I was a server, you know. SI officer says, I did not see any happiness the last year. Sorry, I read that one. My bad. No, I don't like the way they treat him. Lil Redo. It's not right. Like I said, you know, I don't know. You always have like the silly uncle, you know, that's really silly and teases you, you know, and it's funny, or, you know, like my friend's dad's that way. He's like, if I didn't like you, I wouldn't tease you. You know what I mean? Like, I just wouldn't even talk to you, kind of a thing. So I was like, gosh, why have you got to tease me and stuff? Just giving him shit back. But he's like, oh, if I didn't like you, I wouldn't even tease you. You know, I wouldn't talk to you at all or whatever. Fair enough. But it's not like that. It's different. There's a mean-spirited vibe, right? Teenage years, Peggy, right? Oh my goodness. It's like you want them to come to you because you're like, hey, you have parents, right? Some kids don't have parents that they can get advice from that will give them good advice, you know, and then you're always preaching. I don't know, I always was too. Like, even if you're so embarrassed about the situation that you're in, wherever you're at, no matter what it is, tell me and I will come get you. Always come get you. And you kind of preach that to the kids, right? Because they may be in a situation where, you know, they were like, hey, I'm going to go to this place. And then the next thing you know, they're going to this other place and then they end up in trouble. And it's like, they don't want to call you and tell you because they're afraid that they're going to be in trouble for not being where they were supposed to be. But I would rather her call me and me so I can get her out of that situation instead of her being worried that I'm going to be upset about it, right? Because that's more dangerous than getting grounded or whatever it is. And I always made that deal too, you know, depending on how bad it is. But I mean, you know, it's like, you're not going to be in trouble if you call me, kind of a thing, right? So we kind of had that going. Also try to keep an open communication, because at that point when kids are older, they just have that, you know, rebellious side, and they're going to do that, right? They're still learning. It's like we all went through it. We're all going to go through it as we go, you know, as we go on and on. You know, I don't know what it's like to be 50. I will, hopefully. Yeah, his own family, Lil Redo. Bullied by his own family and his mother daily based on what we hear and we say. Right, yeah. It is all hearsay, right? It's all kind of us taking a look and analyzing it. And, you know, life doesn't go in slow motion, you know, so this is different. And I do like it because it allows us to see a slowed down version of the facial expressions, of the body language, of what's kind of going on, right? And he definitely mouths out, you know, Aunt Melissa, stop, is what I'm looking at, right? I could be wrong. I could be misinterpreting it. But in the same way, that's what I'm perceiving. SA officer is awesome. Awesome. Hey, prayer warrior. Good to see you, sweetheart. Good to see you. Are you tired? She says, I'm tired. Well, good to have you. I'm glad you're here. I know. And I went on a little bit later. I was trying to get on by 11:15. Oh my gosh. I swear I was. It was bad. Hey, Melly Cat. Thank you for gifting a membership. Oh, that's so fantastic. Thank you so much. Oh, you didn't have to do that on your birthday. Well, welcome to the Dragon Tribe, and make sure that you say thank you to Melly Cat. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, are you getting different earbuds, Miss Ann? SA officer says, Carla, I will not give up on Sebastian. I have a purpose with him, and I see it, and I will see it through. Yes, it's so important that we don't give up, especially the good people who have been here from the start. Because I don't think any of us thought we would still be here. I just don't. I didn't foresee it anyway. I thought around the 6 month mark, we were gaining some momentum. I was like, this is good, right? Even through Christmas, I was getting good feelings, right, about the situation at hand, where we were at that juncture. Not that it was a good situation. I just thought that they had more information and something was going to happen really, really soon. And, unfortunately, it has not. It has not happened. So, Little Redo says, I really do think Sebastian has been with people who truly cared about his future. He would have been doing everything one did in high school academically. He was so much smarter than those two are. 100%. Yeah. Yeah. Especially when we think about him having to go home to that environment. Especially when we think about how Seth had said in the interview with Josh as well. And I didn't add that in here today because I wanted to focus on this. But he even mentioned that someone, didn't say their name, was upset about Sebastian doing online courses and having that access. That is absolutely holding a child back in this day and age. It's 2025. Well, back then it was 2024. Even so, a year before that, technology moves really, really fast. Those are the tools that are given to children so they can succeed, because you can't just take electronics away from somebody and then expect them to go into the real world and be able to survive it, so to speak, right? Because a lot of jobs use technology, even down to the menial jobs, if you want to call it that. Waitressing, you use a point of sale system. A lot of waitresses, all of their books are digital, right? I've been handwritten, girl, putting it up there on the things, swirling it around, to full on electronic. So any situation you're in, if you're in any, unless it's maybe out there in the field doing something. Sebastian wanted to work with animals. He could have learned a lot by Googling different animals. He could have, there's no such thing as having the Encyclopedia Britannica, set that we all had when we were younger, or dictionaries. There's no such thing, contrary to what some of the people on the streets. I think I heard a creator recently mention a dictionary, and I'm like, you do realize that dictionaries are obsolete. Hey, Baba Rose. You know when your child is smarter than you are. Little Red, yes. I know that because my kid's smarter than me for sure. She I looked at her at like 5 years old, like, damn, but she's gotten awards for academics since she was, that was the first award she got, was from the president at 5 years old. So she's super smart. And I was like, wow, this kid. But again, when you have a situation where there is a toxic environment in the home, it doesn't matter how smart someone is. It doesn't matter how much potential they have. It's hindered, right? And they were harnessing things away from him, right? They were saying, oh, you can't have this. The internet's bad. You can't have this, and deliberately stunting his growth, in my opinion. Seth wasn't doing that. Seth was saying, here's access to this, and I'm going to monitor him behind the scenes. He said, I didn't tell him, I just would get the report. And then if there were things in there that were questionable, I would ask him about it. But if not, we might just talk about it. And I agree with that approach. And not everybody's going to take that approach, right? That doesn't mean that that approach is the best one either. Or, because there is no right one, really. There's a lot of different things that you can do to handle it. But I would like to do that just so they don't think that they're being intruded on, but also you can discuss these things and bring it up in a way that maybe is useful and beneficial to a discussion, rather than just like, oh, well, I saw you were doing this on the internet. You know what I mean? Because that's not a good approach with a teenager. It's just not. It's just not. Neither is spanking with a belt, in my opinion. I never used any type of punishment like that, ever, never. So, I don't see it useful. And then when I dated people with kids, I definitely would never put my hands on someone else's kid. I think that is absolutely nuts. And I don't see where you get off putting your hands on somebody at all, but their kids? I don't know. That's dangerous, in my opinion. Ann Reynolds says, do you know if that was in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee? Oh, I must have missed something there, Ann. Aw. Thank you, Peggy. That's so sweet. I love having you here. I love all you guys. You guys are all awesome. Robbini says, both my boys are smarter than me in different areas, and I'm so glad. Yeah, well, that's such a good point, too, Robbini. It's just like certain different areas and certain things, right? We all have that, you know. If we look at our neighbor, we just like to look over the person, you know, sitting next to us. We're like, they have a lot of qualities that I don't have, right? And that's what makes the world go round, and that's why we need each other, you know. Aw, thanks, Loretto. Thank you. Please smash the like, guys, if you like it. If you don't, you know, you could always thumbs me down. It's a free world here. Welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Oh, Peggy, yay! Welcome to the Dragon Tribe, Peggy. All right, thanks. Hey, Jude. I always miss them. Sometimes I miss and I don't see who is who. Aw, that's so sweet of Melly Cat too. You guys are awesome. Thank you, Prayer Warrior. Yeah, and I still have the little party in there too, guys, if you want to see, you know, the armadillo butt and him saying it's a good piece of ass. I don't know. I don't know what the funniest thing in that one is, but that's one of my favorite parts. I love Lady Freedom's channel. That's sweet when I'm up to watch it. I know. And I try to go on like a little bit earlier, and then I'm like, well, it is Friday, so maybe people will be up a little bit later, but I always understand, guys, because, you know, I work jobs where, you know, I've had to get up like super early in the morning. Some jobs I'd work graveyard shift, so I completely understand. Tom Chat Cafe says, happy birthday. We are 10 days apart. Mine was May 20th, and my granddaughter turned 16 yesterday. Oh, happy birthday to your granddaughter, too, then. Tom Chat Cafe. That's fantastic. Yeah, tell her I said happy birthday. 16's a good one, right? Vroom, vroom. You get to drive. I was excited when I turned 16. I was ready, but I mean, I had all my driving stuff in so I can get my license. Melly Cat's been a member for 5 months. Thank you, Melly Cat. Wow, 5 months. Oh my goodness. OG over there. Wow. Yay, and many more, says Buttercup. Yay. Thanks, Fed Up Buttercup. We can sing in the chat, right? Oh no. Oh, I just dropped that link again. Darn it. Sorry. They make it really, really big, so you can't help but do it. Ooh, another OG. We got another OG over here. Hey, Jude's been a member for 5 months. Lady Freedom is the best. Aw. Hey, Jude, thank you. Coming from you, shucks. Aw, Melly Cat, thank you so much. Aw, how sweet is that? Okay, hold on, I missed it there. I get so behind in the chat. You guys, I'm glad you guys put up with me and my mess over here when I get behind in chat. I show up here late. Well, I mean, jeez Louise. Melly Cat says, thank you for the birthday wishes. I'm blessed, and this is the kindest chat because of you. Oh, Melly Cat, no way. It's you guys, too. I love your cat, too. Oh, my gosh, the orange and white. Oh, so cute. So cute. Aw. Oh, see, there's that darn link that I dropped. Oh, hey, Seth. Seth says, happy birthday to Melly Cat. Aw, thanks, Seth. Thanks for being here. Aw. I do. Well, I have a beagle. He's not a puppy anymore, but I mean, sort of, but not really in dog years, I guess. But I like all animals. I'm actually a pretty big cat person. I used to have 2 cats. But yeah, I don't know how the beagle would do. I think he would know that the cat would whoop his ass, right? Because I can't get like a little dog or anything, because he's like very territorial of me and stuff. But I think like a cat might be different, because I've seen him with cats in the neighborhood, and he's kind of like leery of them. He's like, wow, they're, you know, like I think he thinks they're ninjas or something. It's kind of funny. And he's like intrigued by them. He like watches them and stuff. And so I think that he wouldn't like beat up the cat, because that's what I'd worry about if I got like another little dog, that he would fight with them, because he's kind of mean. Like I said, he's the meanest beagle I've ever known. They're all puppies. Oh, Captain Jules, I saw, welcome in, and then I saw your post that Gator turned, what was it, 8 or 9? Oh gosh, I'm trying to think. But happy birthday to Gator too. Hey Ava, good to see you. Constant prayers from Ava. That's so sweet of you, Ava. Thank you. Thanks for being here, Ava. That's true. And I do call him a puppy. I do. He is my baby. Like, I do treat him like a baby. I really do. I really, really do. All right, guys, let's move to this next clip. Still have Sebastian's flyers all over Fort Dixon, New Jersey. Oh my goodness, that's fantastic. Thank you so much, Jules. That's wonderful. That is awesome. Yes. Oh, and I do have, let me pull this really quick. Let's get a little bit of positivity going here. So, Hey Jude sent me this, and she messaged Cash Patel, right, saying, will you please take a close look at missing Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers from Hendersonville, Tennessee. He's been missing under very suspicious circumstances since February 26, 2024. He has an army of friends around the world. We could use your help. Thank you. Right? So thank you so much, Hey Jude. And that's kind of part of our We the People, right? Because I was asking everybody to kind of reach out to Cash. He is Cash Patel 82. Let me get the right one. Because when I was looking today, he's got several profiles. There we go. X. And I wanted to make sure that I get the right one. Just to make it easier on you guys, because it did take me a couple of tries, which is not a big deal at all. I'm fine with it. It was a lot easier than the letter. And I'll have to get mine, because I noticed here. See, this is my start to mine. So, oh, it's right here. Sorry, this is what happens because I transpose crap all the time. So, Cash Patel, right? 28. And I took a screenshot and it didn't get all the way through. So let me go to my messages here. He's the only one I have in messages in X because I'm not in there a lot. But I did say, I said, hello, Mr. Patel. I'm reaching out regarding Sebastian Rogers. He has been missing since February 26, 2024 from his own home in Hendersonville, Tennessee. His mother, Katie Proudfoot, was the last one, the last one, according to her, and the only one in the home with Sebastian the night of February 25th, 2024. His father, a corrections officer in Davidson County Prison, was on duty that night. He has been fighting for justice for his son and has an active petition on change.org asking for the FBI's help. He initiated this shortly after Sebastian went missing, as this case was mishandled as a runaway. Sumner County Sheriff's Office was operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off. There is no camera footage from the neighborhood showing this, and most recently the statement from the sheriff was that there is no evidence Sebastian left his home at all. I am begging you to help find Sebastian Rogers. Thank you for your time, concern, and attention to this important matter. And then I also sent him the change.org petition. So he have the information there and what Seth said. I swear I uploaded that, but this is what I got. But I'm glad that we see this, right? So this is his actual FBI account. So director of the FBI X Cash Patel at Cash Patel 28. And it was really easy, guys. And it just, and then also like, hey Jude, I just noticed this, that she had wrote it on his page, right? So everybody sees it. So thank you for doing that, hey Jude, because I think it's so important that we come at this from different angles, right? And I didn't even think about it like that because, like I said, I'm not a big X person, but if that's how we got to get a hold of Mr. Patel, that's how we're getting a hold of Mr. Patel. But I also wanted to let you guys know about the letter that we can write to. And this is what Mr. Patel looks like, right? Looks like a nice guy. Hopefully he is. There we go. But this is his address over at the FBI building. So, and I'll read it off for you guys really quick. Mr. Cash Patel, Director, FBI headquarters, J. Edgar Hoover Building, 935 Pennsylvania Avenue, Northwest, Washington, D.C., 20535. Right. And then you just, write them the letter just from your heart. And, in my opinion, I would say be kind and direct. I think those are the two biggest things, right? This story is huge, right? There's so many different things that has happened in Sebastian's story. Yeah, yes, Jules. And, there's just so much that has happened. And to shorten it down, especially for those of us who've been following it for so long, it's kind of, it's difficult to do. Because I was even thinking, oh gosh, don't make it too long, because if you do, then he's not going to want to read it, you know what I mean? And he's probably a very direct man, he's probably very busy. Hey Meow, good to see you. So I think it's thank you, Jules, thank you. And that's Seth's YouTube channel too. I also posted something too. There's on my community wall from Smiley, and then I think Seth reposted. Please share to locate, guys. There's a member of our community, and they have a missing child, another missing person, we'll say, because I believe he was older. Thank you, hey Jude. Here's the petition, guys. If you have not signed the petition, I can't tell you how important it is, besides, just reiterating how our friend Crystal made huge headway with getting the U.S. Postal Service to coordinate penalties and respectful practices when it comes to the mailing of human remains, right? And I have to be careful saying that. My video got held back for like 24 hours because I said that on here. But I mean, what else are we supposed to call it, right? And I mean, that's what the document said. But I read through the whole document. There's a whole other video. I'll link it in the description tonight. But just so you guys know about that, you can see the power that we have. And it's just amazing. So if anybody signed the change.org petition for the correct and respectful handling of Crystal's cremains, then thank you, because it is now a law and it's going to be put forth. So it's huge. It's huge news, and that's what we can do together. That's how we do things, right? That's how we show that there's all these people that are interested in this cause, and it would really be something if we could all do something here, just like what Jana did. It's very possible, and people do it all the time. I mean, she literally changed the world. Right? And that's what we're looking to do right now, because we really need them to change the ways that they're handling Sebastian's case, in my opinion. They really need to. Because if they can look at videos like this, and I'm sure they're aware of this, then they need to make the connections that, even us regular people, nothing special here, just a regular observer, right? I mean, I don't know. The Meow Mix commercial stuck in your head, Jules. You're funny. That's funny. Me too. Me too. I hope so. I hope Cash Patel will start caring about Sebastian the way we all do. Well, and it might pique his interest seeing Tennessee, right? Because he's been here since he's been appointed a couple times in Tennessee. Okay, guys. So let's go ahead and watch this next clip here. And I'm sorry, I kind of like dumped a bunch of information on you guys, but it like kind of wraps into and goes with what we're talking about here. I think that what Jana has accomplished is just, it's so inspiring. It's so inspiring because we see that if you try, you get results, right? And well, there is no try, right? If you do, results. If you don't do anything, no results. We could complain, we could cry. I'm definitely a crier. I'm very sensitive. I love to complain, love to talk, right? But action feels so much better, and that's how we get things done. In my opinion, I really feel that way. And you guys are so smart. There's going to be so many things that you're going to come up with that I couldn't come up with. Maybe if you hear what Jude and I have had to say tonight, maybe it'll spark your ideas and say, okay, well, I need to say this, and oh shoot, Lady Freedom should have said this, so I'm going to say this, or something like that. It's really good, and I mean, reaching out to these people is a good thing, right? Because it's keeping it at the forefront, and it's making them think about it. And when they forgot about it, somebody else is right there to say, hey, remember Sebastian? He's over here. He's still missing. We need answers. Okay, so let's watch this clip.
Clear. Red team, are we going to be the winners today? I love it. Blue team, I think you got to beat. Are you going to be our winners today? I love it. We've got some great energy here in the studio today. And here's a special one because we're celebrating a birthday in the room as well. Say boys, coming out to celebrate with us today. We're going to have a lot of fun. And I think we should get started here by putting those answers to the test with our very first challenge.
Okay, guys. So here's the next clip, right? We had Aunt Melissa pissing Sebastian off, right? Then Katie and Sebastian had their little moment. Now, this lady's asking, hey, red team, are you guys going to win? And Katie's like, woo! And she gets so excited that her shirt goes up, right? And she's just getting it with it, right? Which is fine. It's supposed to be fun. Not saying that at all. But then when it's brought up that there's a birthday in the house, it was like crickets for a second there. I'm like, what is going on? And then all you hear is loud ass Aunt Melissa like, wow, and sorry about your eardrums on that. But I mean, like, what in the actual fuck is going on here? I'm sorry. I mean, this is someone's birthday, right? This is your nephew's birthday. You should want him to be happy. You should want it to be the best day with great memories, right? You should want to see him smiling the whole entire time. But instead, right off the bat, you're filming him, you're pissing him off. And then you're steady filming him more, right? Now, this part's cute. He's bashful, right? He's being recognized, which he should be. That's what we should be seeing. He takes his glasses off, right? He's proud, in my opinion. He may be a little bashful. Puts his glasses back on, right? It's like, okay, I've been recognized. And I think he kind of knew that was coming, in my opinion, from what I'm interpreting, right? Ugh, he's just so cute. Ugh, I just want to slap Aunt Melissa just because he's just so adorable. That's how he should be looking this entire time, right? Happy, excited for the show, excited for the game show, right? It's a participation. It looks like a lot of fun. It looks like something that's right up his alley, especially if he liked things like, game shows, because that's what this is. It's like a game show simulation. And then again, you know, this is just the lady. She's going to be explaining what game they're going to be playing. But again, you know, we have Aunt Melissa that's kind of creepily filming this whole thing. And then we'll just go on to
The building blocks of success come in many different shapes and sizes, but today we are going to be playing with them. Our first game here is called Build It Up.
In Build It Up, teams will utilize identical sets of blocks to
Feel free to position those wherever you live. And on your marks, get set, drop those chips. Alright, it looks like red team, unfortunately that one was a miss. But blue team, that one was a hit. That means red team, you guys are bringing in a total of 4,000 points after chip shot. And blue team, you're going to be bringing in 1,615 points. And all those up, you're going to add them to your scores. Good job, guys!
Okay, right here, Katie was being told by Sebastian, in my opinion, from what I'm watching, you know, Aunt Melissa's getting on my last nerve. You know, she's been tap dancing all over my friggin' last nerve since we got here. Is probably what he was saying, you know? So, but here it is in kind of like a slow motion again, right? So, back to Melissa being on the team, right? They're going over what the game is that they're going to play first. And then they're going to the next phase where there's like this pegboard and they're supposed to drop these pieces down. Well, when Sebastian goes to drop his peg, right, it got stuck. And Melissa laughs at him. And then the lady that's hosting laughs too because she thinks it's like, you know, all in good fun. But really, in my opinion, you know, she was teasing Sebastian and making fun of him because his peg didn't drop. And then he's clearly upset. He's like, dang it. And he stamps his foot. And he's like, dang, you know, my peg didn't drop like I wanted it to. But yeah, let's make it worse, Aunt Melissa. Not say, oh, dang, Sebastian, I'm sorry. You know, next time, buddy. You know what I mean? Why are you adding insult to injury? And what the hell is wrong with you? Like, I'm sorry, but I can't with this person. I can't. Why don't you pick on somebody else? Why are you picking on your nephew on his birthday party? Doesn't seem like it's even a nephew to her. Sorry. Seems more of a situation where she's annoyed and, you know, wants to tease him. Now, here I slowed this part down. Sebastian's telling something to Katie, and Katie's looking a bit concerned with him, but she never tells Melissa to back off of her kid. And here it is again, slowed down. You can't really tell, but why is Melissa even filming this interaction? Again, super creepy. Step off. Like, what's the deal? What's the deal? Step off, Melissa. Because I certainly, I would have taken my child away from the situation. I would have walked him over to the other end of the room, away from her. What is she doing? Nothing I've ever seen any aunt do. Thank God. Hey, Holly S. Good to see you, Holly S. You know, it's disgraceful. That's his birthday. You know? There is a lot of good people on YouTube. Hey, Jude. There's a lot of good people on YouTube. We can't forget we are Sebastian's army. That's right. That's right. Absolutely. And, you know, I know that this is probably upsetting to watch. It is for me. Melissa's a cow. Yep. She sure is. She sure is. And, you know, I mean, I'm sorry, but if you're going to put something like this out, you better believe that people are going to look at you like, what are you doing? Especially people who are grown-ups. Bet can see right through it. Trigger warning, screaming banshee moment. But then months later, you see how KP makes him at the Texas Roadhouse. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Because, when I first saw this, I was thinking not really bad things about Katie particularly, because like I said, she's over there. It's just kind of, she's on an opposite end of the room. Maybe she's not realizing what's going on. Maybe she thinks Melissa's filming it like a normal aunt would, right? Because any normal aunt would want to get the memories and things like that, get mom and, the son. They had a very cute moment there. That is a beautiful memory to be caught on camera, right? That's something that all moms would want, is something like that. And then we see Katie just really getting with it about her team. And then when it was time to cheer for Sebastian's birthday, it was just crickets, and nobody was saying anything until there was this loud, woo, yeah, from Melissa. Yeah, it makes me mad. Yeah, it makes me mad too, Kiki. I mean, most people are going to look at that and say, well, that's not funny. That's not very kind. That's not very nice. What is she doing? Sebastian is such a sweet, happy young man. Any of us would be proud to know him. Absolutely. Absolutely. And we'd want to make him happy on his birthday, right? We would want to be excited with him and, let him have a fun time. And it seems like he's more reserved, right? Because maybe he can't feel like he can be himself, or like maybe he feels like he can't have a great time because there's somebody staring at him and filming him the whole entire time. That makes certain people feel uncomfortable. Some people are hams. I don't know how Sebastian really felt about it, but some people are hams and they like to be in front of the camera and they're like, hey, they're doing stuff, making faces, trying to get in there, right? But other people are more reserved and they're kind of like, please don't film me while I'm standing here. That's awkward, and especially when there's teenagers involved. Because teenagers are self-conscious and, that sort of thing. Yeah, Melly Cat, what a mean lady. I mean, I just don't understand why. Why so mean? Like, that is mean-spirited. There's kidding around and joking around, and, you do that in families so that way you do get you develop kind of a tougher skin, right? So when you go out into the real world and somebody teases you, it's kind of like, they're just teasing me, right? It's like when my big brother used to pick on me or whatever like that, but it's overboard. And I've also seen it where it can really damage people psychologically when it's overboard and it's not just the teasing and the razzing and the, joking, right? Robbini says, why are all the videos such bad quality? I mean, even with your phone, it's more clear than that, in my opinion. Yeah, well, what it is I couldn't pull it off of, it was on Facebook originally. And so I filmed it from another phone onto another phone. So it is kind of bad quality. But yeah, and even, I think in the originals, they weren't even really that clear to begin with. Oh, if the game show place is in Pigeon Forge. Thanks, Kiki. I must have misread that one. I don't know where this place was. I'm not sure. I'm not sure at all. I just know it was his 15th birthday. I mean, mean as hell. Mean as hell. I mean, I'm surprised. And, she laughs at Sebastian, and the lady is like, ha ha ha, because she's thinking people are having fun, right? Like somebody laughed, she laughed too, kind of thing. But when we're watching it back here, you can see that it wasn't like they're having fun. It was, haha, your peg didn't fall. Like who? I don't know. He's so much better than all of them. I agree, Holly S. I agree. And to make his day horrible on his birthday, it's beyond me. It's beyond me. Thanks, Hey Jude. Thank you. Hey Jude says, yes, Kiki, it's the Opry Mills Mall near Nashville. They may have other locations though. Yeah, so that's cool. I didn't realize exactly where they had taken him for this, because I know there's like all kinds of different rooms that they have, like different like all kinds of stuff that you can do in Nashville, but I wasn't sure. So thanks, Hey Jude. Thank you. And Holly S says, in my opinion, Melissa shouldn't have even been there. Yeah, well, especially if she's going to act like that. Why even participate in if you're going to do that and make his day bad? Exactly. Kiki says weird, like she's trying to get on Sebastian's nerves. Exactly. And he's like sensing that, right? He's like stop. And then, and then she keeps on filming him, and even when he goes to tell his mom, like, hey, she's really, bugging me over here, and she's still filming him, it's like, what is wrong with you? Right. No care about his self-esteem makes me so angry. Yeah, that's another part of it too, right, Little Red? I mean, to sit here and deliberately upset him, and then to film it on top of it, Carla says the Proudfoots are alike. They get their kicks out of someone else's misery. That makes me so angry. That's exactly it too, Carla. That's so well said. They get their kicks off of it, right? They enjoy it. They think, oh, this is fun. I'm going to upset Sebastian. This is great. Step off. Step off, right, hey, Jude? It's like, gosh, step the hell off of me. I just signed the petition. Thank you, Peggy. Thank you. It's so important. It's so important, guys. It does help tremendously. It helps. It helps. Thank you so much, Peggy. Thank you. And Melly Cat says she's filming herself treating him like this. Right, yeah. So maybe she could watch it later. I don't understand. What is this? Or I was also thinking that, in my opinion, I don't think that Stepfoot was actually there at that party. So were they sending this to Chris so they can get a good laugh? Right? Watch Sebastian stamp his foot. Watch me laugh at Sebastian. Sebastian watches the peg, and he's very serious about it, right? Because he's wanting to win, and he was talking all this smack in the beginning, and he's like, okay, now I got to win, right? And that's healthy. Like I said, that's a healthy competition. But then now he's getting frustrated because his own teammate, remember, Melissa was on his team, and so she laughs at him when that happens. Like, what? Talk about a mind fuck for a kid. Even a teenager, even a person, any person, really, any person. We'll just put it that way, because no matter what age you are, that treatment is never okay, right? It never feels good. Oh, is it? Oh my goodness, it's pouring the Atlantic Ocean outside right now. Oh my goodness. We're going to get some rain next week, I believe. Jules. Robini says, I think Melissa was filming to say CCP, who's being rude to us. In my opinion, she's such an ass. Maybe so, Robini. Maybe she was trying to get him in trouble too. You never know, and maybe that's why Sebastian was also saying stop, because maybe that's happened in the past. It doesn't seem like there was any positive interactions noted from anyone involved that we've heard. We don't hear, and even when we look back on the Disney trip that Sebastian wasn't invited on and things like that, it's very concerning to me, because that's not a normal family. That's not family. That's not a friend. That's not, gosh. That's what an enemy would do, right? Yeah, exactly, Lil Red. Well, when they did not include him in the Disney trip, KK should have said something. Yeah, I don't even know if I'd want to. I don't even know if I'd be able to stay in the family. I don't even know. You either accept me or my daughter, or you don't. Well, yeah. No, I wouldn't last. Because I'd always be fighting, and it would just be bad. It would be bad. He says, why would she film that while yelling at him? Yeah, it gets a little bit worse too. And, you know, we don't even get to see the whole interaction. This is just a small little bit of it, right? The original video is about 3 minutes only, but just, you know, with me drawing it out, kind of focusing in on different areas, will kind of makes it longer. But Carla says she probably knows she can't say anything against a Proudfoot. Yes, can Katie open your mouth and tell him off? Yeah, exactly. And, you know, she's seen what's happened to other people, right? She was right there with them filming Nina, being hateful to her, right? Enjoying and basking in her misery. Just like, you know, what was just said just a little bit ago in chat. Yeah. Lil Redo, it's true. You know, if they grew up together and that's kind of how they are with people, I feel like Melissa is a female crusty, crispy CP. You know, she's proving herself to be that. Crispy 2.0. Hey, Jude says, Crispy 2.0. Aw, Prayer Warrior says exactly. I would love to know him. He seems very sweet. Yes, Sebastian, super sweet. And then I want to show you guys this last clip because at the very end, I just kind of, and I'll pop in to say something because I slowed it down, of course, right? We're slow jamming tonight. But I want you to notice what Sebastian was doing before he realized that he was being filmed and things like that. We're going to look at that. But I also think that Sebastian was a very sweet and loving person. I think that he was absolutely resilient and knew how to bounce back from this shit, right? He had a very thick skin, and as soon as he addressed the situation, that was over with, and he was back to, you know, being his pleasant demeanor. Okay, you know, there's a lot going on here, right? This is supposed to be fun, and he's trying to get back to enjoying it, and he just, every single time he does that, she's right there to mess with him, right? So if it was Sebastian's problem, then Sebastian would be showing us that, right? But we're seeing the exact opposite, that it wasn't Sebastian, and then it was the adults in his life. And I'm not talking about Seth. No one would be excluding my child in a family trip. This little mama would have made sure none of them would go. Hell no. No. Never. And I mean, I get it that you can't stop other people from doing what they're going to do, but you can definitely take your own ass out of the situation, that's for sure, and say you're not going to do that to my kid. I can't imagine how badly that hurt Sebastian. I mean, he's a kid. He wanted to go have fun too, right? But he's left out. How can you feel good about yourself doing that? How could you feel good about yourself teasing him like that? Seeing how it's affecting him. And then he bounces back from it, and so you do it again? Right, yeah. If my child wasn't invited, then the rest of us wouldn't go for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it would be offensive, right? I would find it very offensive. Maybe it wasn't meant to be offensive, but I would be offended as hell. I'd be like, what do you mean? I don't know how you exclude a child. It really breaks my heart just thinking about it. It breaks my heart thinking about being a child in that situation and thinking like, oh, nobody wants me to go, right? But all the other kids get to go, but what about me, right? And then it breaks my heart having a daughter, knowing that if somebody did that to her, it would break her heart, and then I would be pissed. And then I look at Sebastian and what a good person he is, and how much he deserved to have he deserved to have fun. He deserved to have fun. And they took it away from him, and then they flaunted it in front of him. We're going, but you're not. We're taking the other kids, but you're not allowed to go. You've got to be a sick motherfucker. Yeah, I mean, think about all the other kids coming back and having those memories, and he was left out of them. Well, of course, I think it did, Lil Redo. I mean, that's just my opinion. That's just kind of what I think, too. You know? Sometimes, you know, things that make us mad or things that, you know, that hurt us, that comes from the same place, right? Hurt and anger. Hurt turns to anger. You know, especially if you hurt someone's kid, usually that shit turns to anger, right? Because I mean, from the minute they're born, you're like, nobody's ever going to hurt you, right? No, Rob Beatty says, yeah, none of them I've seen are good. No, none of them. None of them. Not one of them. Or saying anything good about Sebastian, right? Anytime you think like, oh, they're going to say something good, and then all of a sudden it's like underhanded. If you've ever been in a toxic relationship where that happens, maybe it was like a mother-in-law or something like that, where, you know, you come over and she'd go, oh, I really like that dress on you. You know, you don't look as fat as you usually do. Shit like that, getting their digs in, right? You know? Because at first you're like, oh, thank you. And then the next thing you know, it's met with, you know, it's an underhanded compliment. It's meant with a cut down, right? It's like, oh, that dress looks really nice on you. You usually look fat. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes it's that freaking bad. Sometimes it's that underhanded, you know? And sometimes people will come up and say just the rudest shit. You're like, how dare you? You know? And I can see them doing that all the time, you know? And I'd be damned if that I would ever allow for somebody to do that. It's not okay. Valley Gal says, in my opinion, Sebastian is one awesome, tough kid to be able to stay cool when grown-ass adults are picking on him. Absolutely. And he re-regulated himself, right? He was like mad, right? And a lot of us, it's hard for us to, you know, I mean, I know for me, I get mad, I'm like, okay, you know, deep breaths, you know, count to 10, pull out all the cool tools in the toolbox, right? So, you know, I don't flip out. But, you know, you do that, and especially if people struggle with anxiety and different things like that. Well, if we believe what we're told by even his mother, Katie, right, that he did have areas of social and emotional dysregulation, I'm struggling to find that when I see these videos. Because I'm telling you, all I did was slow those first pieces down. Those were in order, in sequence of events. Sebastian's getting picked on. He says, stop, leave me, you know, stop it, leave me alone. And then he refocuses his attention on the fun, what is he supposed to be enjoying for his birthday. And he's okay, right? He didn't need to take a minute. He didn't even change his body language. Here, let's watch this again really quick. We'll kind of watch it all together.
Well, his Google account is underneath my Google account. So anything that he does on his Google account, I get an email about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Get an email every week that says where he's been, what he's been looking up, everything. Because it's literally a parental account.
Did he know that you could see it?
Huh?
Did he know that you could see his activity?
No.
Yeah.
To have the freedom. And if I had gotten a report and looked at it and thought, well, you know, this is kind of, you know, a little bit iffy, then I'd ask him about it. But most of the time, he was on YouTube watching videos. He was on YouTube watching videos. And the worst part about it, in my opinion, is he would watch videos on how to deal with being bullied. To me, that means he's using the internet to teach himself on how to deal with problems in his life.
As a resource.
which is what it's supposed to be. People ask questions, yet you got a $1,500 phone in your hand, and you can't have enough common sense to sit there and Google search it.
Mm-hmm.
But I would take that information, and then when I had conversations with my son, I would incorporate that into my conversations. Right. Because I want to be there for him. I want to be able to teach him what I know. So that way he doesn't have to go to the internet. He's got a dad.
Okay, guys, and this is where I slowed it down without the music so it wouldn't really, sound all distorted and everything. But again, here's Sebastian, Aunt Melissa, get off my last fucking nerve, right? Because you're tap dancing all over it. And he's looking at her like, stop, right? And he's scolding her. He's acting like the adult in the situation. He was facing forward to begin with. Then he finds out she's video recording him. He looks over at her. Like, stop. Right? So, stressful situation for anyone to be in. You can see his little face is upset. And, he should be upset. She's messing with him. Nobody likes to be messed with.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome to Great Big Game Show, the game show where we have great big fun. My name is Amanda, and I'm going to be your host for today. Hello, welcome, everyone. Welcome to Great Big Game Show, the game show where we have great big fun. My name is Amanda, and I'm going to be your host for today. Over the course of today's game, we are going to be competing in a series of different mini games and challenges in which both teams are going to be bringing in points to see who can come out on top. But before we get started, I have got a very important question to ask both teams, and I'm going to need to hear your answers loud and clear. Red team, are we going to be the winners today?
He doesn't even stay mad at Aunt Melissa, right? He's just back to having fun. This is exactly right after this, guys. He's looking over at Katie. He's like, Mom, I'm going to get you, right? Katie is interacting with him normally, right? And then she goes back to Sebastian, and she's like, hey, Aunt Melissa, I'm going to get Mom, right? And he's not upset. He's regulated his emotions perfectly. Better than some folks would. Some grown folks. Look, he's got a smile again. He's trying to have fun. He's trying to have a good time. He forgot about the crap, right? And her messing with him. And now he's focused on winning the game and, smack talking Mom. Which that's what he should be focused on, the fun. He should be able to have a ball. It's his birthday. And everybody there should be making it absolutely special because it's his day. It's nobody else's birthday. They didn't announce several birthdays in the house that day. They announced Sebastian's birthday that day. He was the man of honor that day. And they did not treat him that way. Not even his mom. So I'll tell you what, I wouldn't have wanted to look over at Aunt Melissa again. I wouldn't even want her to be on my team after she did what she did. Trying to, deliberately piss me off. But instead, being the good person that Sebastian is, he's back to the game and what we're going to do next. He's not worried about Aunt Melissa. He's even seems to forgive Aunt Melissa's crap and just be focused on having fun. I don't know. Hey, Sasha. Kids absolutely understand if they're not being treated equally. There was a study, speaking of these studies, they did these studies, right? And they would sit behind that window. People were talking about the double-sided window, right? And they would watch the kids but they would do these experiments. One of them was where they would have 2 toddlers, right? So like 2 and 3 years old. And they would give each child a certain amount of, say 3 or 4 crackers, right? Or little cookies or something like that. Well, if one kid got more than the other one, the little baby, the toddler would look over and say, oh, wait, what? That's unfair. They would know right away, right? We're taught that very early on. That is something that we can recognize when we're very small. If we're being treated unfairly, if someone else is being treated unfairly, more importantly, it shows that even a little toddler knows compassion and understands what fair means. Life is not fair, but somehow human beings, even at a very, very young age, we can understand injustice. Sasha, I know it, girl. Look at Sebastian. Why I oughta, she says. He's such a good guy. He seems to even forgive Aunt Melissa for her fuckery. SI officer says yes, and the step-grandma, aka Mommy Dearest, would refer to him as pedo child. Oh. Okay, Musty Hutch. SI officer. Ooh, boy. Yeah, I can't with that either. That infuriates me to no end. Sasha says he knows how wrong things are and unjust. I can't see it, or I can see it in his face. As he was getting older, he reminded me of an eagle. Yeah, he would watch, right? Yeah, Sebastian's an observer, absolutely, in my opinion, from what I've observed of him. He definitely is very aware of his surroundings, in my opinion. And he also loves his mother. He's very attentive of his mother. Absolutely. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what anybody says. I don't give a shit if they hate my guts. If they want to shoot me dead in the street because I think that Sebastian loved his mother. I think absolutely he was so attentive of his mother and always wanted that interaction and that validation from her. He was seeking it out, and he always was protecting her. Why did he feel such a strong need to protect her? Maybe because he's a boy and he loves his mom. Maybe because there were reasons why he felt he needed to protect her. Nevertheless, he did, and he was very, very attentive over his mother, in my opinion. Kiki says, could you imagine what turmoil Sebastian went through? His mama should have stood up for her son. Absolutely. Yeah, she should have been protecting him like he was protecting her. Sasha says, I can see, but it's what I can't see, and that's his joyful soul. I agree, Sasha. Sebastian's absolutely caring. Absolutely caring. Carla says, Kiki, right? No excuses. There are no excuses. There are no excuses. Oh, absolutely. Little Red says, if I have grandkids, whether they're step or not, they will get treated as if they were my natural grandchildren, period. The children are an opportunity to share experiences with. Yes, to make memories with. It's like there's a missing piece to the puzzle when they're not there, right? You know, you always want to include all the kids. I really don't get it. I really don't. And maybe it's because, you know, when I was married, I was a part of a really, really big family, and there were just all kinds of kids and stuff, and everybody was included. There was never, you know, it's not like you're buying an Easter basket for one and the others don't get it, right? You just don't do that with kids because, again, they can recognize that as being an injustice, right, of theirs. You know, not to be dramatic, but, you know, they recognize it and then, wait a minute. And then when their self-esteem and their self-worth isn't fully formed, then they start blaming themselves and internalizing it and thinking, why wasn't I included? How come I'm not good enough? When really those adults are sick fucks who don't deserve you. Very, very resilient, Sasha. I mean, in an instant, right? It was like he was back to, having a good time and no malice in his heart. No hatred in Sebastian's heart. Even though he was being shown hate, in my opinion. SI officer says, a mother protects and goes to the end of the earth for her child or children. However, from what we've learned, she's not much of one. I mean, let's look at the fact her mom really wasn't one either. And, I agree with you, SI officer, and I spoke a little bit about the generational trauma, and that was like, gosh, it seems like a long, long time ago, but my channel was much, much smaller back then. But, you don't see the generational trauma, right? Really, it's always under the surface. It's something that a lot of times you try to bury down deep and don't bring it up, right? Or maybe you've gone through counseling and it's something that you've talked about and it's good, right? It's a good thing. Because it's made you stronger and now you understand it and you can help others, or maybe it's just helped you get over that hump that you were trying to get over, right? Because it's tough. It's not easy when there's trauma involved. And I do agree that could be a really major piece to this, because if you were never shown that sort of motherly instinct, then maybe you don't understand how to be that nurturing mother figure, so to speak. But there's a lot of things that you can do also, like counseling, that can help with that. It's not always something that you're going to have for the rest of your life. If you can, again, find a deeper understanding, and then if there are issues, you can always go to counseling together with your kids and try to work that out, because those things don't resolve themselves when it goes that deep, And then coupling that with having in-laws that treat your child like they're a second-class citizen, or, the redheaded stepchild, if you will, when Sebastian never deserved to be treated that way. How dare they, really? And honestly, I hope they get what they deserve on that. I hope that karma comes right around and bites their ass, and they remember how they treated Sebastian. Maybe they can feel a little bit how he felt. But I highly doubt, because many of those people don't have any remorse or integrity or morals or a conscience of any type. Sasha says from the beginning he was a bit abandoned by the mother, and then went through a divorce, and then was then was abused in every other manner, then vanished. What a life. Interesting. Yeah. Not deserved, not warranted. In the beginning, I have that quote, and it says, you deserve to be in an environment where it brings out the softness in you and not the survival. But, like many other people who have been abused, Sebastian didn't let it get him bitter. He always kept a pure heart. He never wanted to inflict any type of pain, in my opinion, on anyone else. He just wanted to be himself, and he just wanted to have fun, and he just wanted to enjoy life. And it seems like that was too much to ask for them. And I don't get it. Lil Redo says, I did feel awkward showing T-Man's life video we made for his grandmother at his graduation party because his cousin was there, and he commented on the traveling T had done in his 17 years. Aw. Yeah, I mean, and it's tough, Lil Red, I mean, we're not always going to do things, sometimes in life we hurt people, and, we're inevitably going to let people down, right? We're going to disappoint. Nobody's perfect, and sometimes, you don't mean to, and you most certainly make sure you apologize and, find a solution and that sort of thing. But in this situation, it just seems very malicious. An SI officer says, Kiki, exactly. We all have a choice. You can learn by what example your family gave and what you don't like and break the generational chain. Absolutely. Absolutely. There's always a choice. There's always a choice. Thank you for mentioning that too, SI officer, because it's very easy to blame the circumstance, but it's much harder to find a solution within there and say, look, I can take my power back, right? And I can do something about this. If this is not going to run me or define who I am, and I think that there's a lot of ways that Katie has done that for herself, but I don't think, in my opinion, that she would always consider Sebastian in that equation or understand how he may be feeling in a similar circumstance, like not giving him the proper care and treatment that he needed. And Seth seemed to be way more concerned about said proper care and treatment after the California bullshit. Because they weren't protecting him, right? He had been. Yes, Sasha, Mr. Proudfoot allegedly had been reprimanded many times for violent behavior. Right. I mean, he can't keep his cool, not like Sebastian. I mean, the minute anybody says anything to Chris, it's like, oh my gosh, World War III breaks out, right? And it's the worst thing ever, and people are bashing me. They keep on bashing us and bashing us. But what about Sebastian? I saw your sister sit there and bash him, right? And he tries to refocus his attention, and she just keeps on. It's disgusting. Here's this last one.
It's up to you now. Fire this man. Stop and shit whenever you're ready. And right, you might say this payback indeed. That one later in the 1,000 spot.
Take your money back.
If you're a fan of Don't Try to Chip Cookies, you're gonna love this next one.
I know, it's okay.
Stop. Grab the double chip plans will give you twice as many points.
Okay, that's you.
One spot that has 2 chips stacked on top of each other. If you want to take that top one, you can tuck it in front of the bottom one to level the playing field there.
You have to get the 200 today. No, she doesn't. She can get whatever.
All right, team, that double chip
That gives them 4.
Congratulations. And blue team in the center court has that double chip landed in the 0 spot. But our next chip is a special one. This one is the wager chip. It's going to work a little differently, so let me explain this. And Seth, drop those chips. Alright, and with the red team, unfortunately that one was a miss. Blue team, that one was a hit. It's up to you now. Fire this man. Stop and chip whenever you're ready. And red team, I did this payback indeed. That one later in the 1,000 spot.
Take your money back.
If you're a fan of Don't Try to Chip Cookies, you're gonna love this next one.
I know, it's okay.
This is our double chip.
Stop.
Grab the double chip plans will give you twice as many points.
Okay, that's you.
One spot that has 2 chips stacked on top out with each other. If you want to take the top one, you can tuck it in front of the bottom one to level the playing field there.
Hey, you have to get the 200 today. No, she doesn't. She can get whatever.
All right, red team, that double chip.
That gives a 4.
Hey, congratulations. And blue team, it was an important on that double chip there in the 0 spot. But our next chip is a special one. This one is the wager chip. It's going to work a little differently, so let me explain this. And Seth, drop those chips. Thank you very much. Alright, it looks like red team, unfortunately that one was a miss. But blue team, that one was a hit.
Okay, guys, so you can see right here when we kind of slow this part down, this is back to the beginning again. And again, Sebastian was minding his own business, had nothing to do with anything, right, besides waiting for the game show to start. And here we see his aunt picking on him, or whatever she is, stepfoot. I wanted to point out Sebastian's shoes, and I kept kind of looping the video so that way you could see his shoes, because Katie said that he went through a growth spurt, but those shoes looked very similar to the ones that he was wearing in the Texas Roadhouse video, although I think the Texas Roadhouse video shoes were newer. I think they were brand new, as a matter of fact, but I noticed that he looked like he was about a size 10. It didn't look like, in my opinion, his foot grew 2 sizes bigger than what they were in that video. So I just kind of wanted to point that out. And, you know, you guys might have to just kind of rewind. And like I said, I did loop the video so you can kind of just watch it. You know, if you're watching on the replay or something like that, but just kind of pay attention to his shoes, because, you know, he would have been, looks like, you know, a size 12 by the time he would have had new shoes in the Texas Roadhouse video, but his feet looked pretty close to a size 10 in my opinion. I also wanted to note Sebastian's voice sounded very deep in this video, right? Like it had changed over. It's not like his voice was cracking, you know, and things like that. It seemed pretty steady in my opinion. And then, let's see. Oh, and then Sebastian was just simply, you know, stating that to the other player, like, hey, you need to get this many for us to win. Or, you know, he was probably calculating in his brain kind of where they were score-wise and what they could accomplish, right, if they got the peg to fall into, you know, whatever spots, right? He's calculating this. And instead of Aunt Melissa saying, yeah, Sebastian, you know, let's get that, you know, or rooting him on or saying, yeah, we need 10, you know, or something like that. She doesn't do that. Instead, she's like, don't tell her what she doesn't, you know, she doesn't need to get that, you know, and she's bitching at him. It's like, for what? He's simply saying how much they need to win. What's wrong with you, Melissa? Again, it's not what's wrong with Sebastian. It's what is wrong with you, in my opinion. It's what's wrong with you, in my opinion. Not what's wrong with Sebastian. Not Sebastian needing behavioral help. These adults needed behavioral help, for crying out loud. I know, Sasha. And it's frustrating. But analyzing these videos is so important, you know? It is sad. It's sad, prayer warrior. I mean, there's no excuse for it. There's no reason for it. I find it hard to believe too, Valley Girl. I find it very hard to believe because we've had so many conflicting stories, and then most of the time it's rude, underhanded shit. You think he's going to get a compliment, and he gets busted down further. I know, Kiki. It is so sad, Sebastian. It's awful. It's awful. He couldn't say anything. He could, nothing Sebastian was saying was right. He's getting scolded for no reason when she's the one acting like a complete asshole. Yeah, it looks like he's saying stop. Yeah. And in the beginning there, when we kind of filtered all the way through and then got back to the beginning, I mean, he was just standing there with his hands in his pockets, just waiting, right? Just waiting. Very immature, very, very immature, Sasha. Almost like she was like his cousin and not his aunt, right? If it was a cousin, I could understand that, right? Because a cousin is younger, they don't understand their kids too, right? But no, this is a full-ass adult here. Carla says, my letter to head of FBI is about investigating Craddock's department because of the special treatment of the Proudfoots because of friendships. Carla, that is fantastic. I think that is one of the most awesome ones I've heard. Craddock's investigating Craddock for special treatment. Yeah. Well, and in my opinion, there could be some hiding the real information and what went down, right? Because they don't want to look bad. Again, we saw that with Little Harmony. They would rather pay out $2.2 million, and there was 2 other cases other than hers that were settled. Were those children, were those children's lives taken like hers was? Are those children still missing, but they were in the system? We don't know, because we probably won't hear about those kids because there was a settlement. And now even Crystal Sorry, who, has been on with Vinnie Politan in the past, she's not allowed to comment, right? That's part of the settlement. You shut up. This is it. That's why it's called hush money. I'm sure Craddock wishes he had an extra, 2.2 mil hanging around. He could pay off somebody to keep quiet, to keep his secret for him, that he was operating under the assumption the whole entire time that Sebastian walked off, but there was no evidence to support that whatsoever. Sasha says, she seems extremely immature. No, lady, you're not a kid anymore. Good Lord. Well said, Sasha. Logo, in my opinion. Oh, hey, Jennifer. Thank you for being here, Jennifer DeFore. She says, hey, pretty lady in chat. Aw, thank you. She says, I'm local and we're at the Opry Mills. Okay, thank you. Thanks so much for letting us know that, Jennifer. Yeah, it's so hard because I know there's so many, any big city like that, there's so much fun stuff to do, right? So I totally thought maybe they were somewhere in the city, but I had no idea. So thank you so much. He's looking like, what is it? It's got purple hair. Holy cow, in my opinion. I don't know if she was rocking the purple hairdo in Sebastian's birthday. I'm not sure. Sasha, that's funny. Carla says, FBI is the one that investigates corruption in the police department. Absolutely. And so does Internal Affairs. But, I'm so worried about the level of corruption in Sumner County that I don't even know that Internal Affairs, I don't even know that I trust Internal Affairs, right? I'm starting to have my doubts about the TBI, which is not a good feeling. Hey, Blessed. How are you, sweetheart? She says, pray for Sebastian. And thank you for the green hearts, too, in the prayer hands, Blessed. Good to see you. Lil Redo says, I want to write the Attorney General for a state, or for the state of Tennessee to do an investigation into Sumner County Sheriff's Department. Yeah, absolutely, Lil Redo. Absolutely. I have that person kind of on the list, right? But I figured if we could kind of get Cash Patel, get in his ear, put a bug in his ear, and just let him know, hey, this is what's going on. Maybe you haven't heard about Sebastian, but I mean, even getting a hold of him on Twitter or publicly, addressing him on Twitter is probably X, excuse me, is a good idea, right? And I think that if we all get together and do it all at the same time, it just kind of shows more solidarity, and it also shows that there's a lot of people coming together for this cause, and they're more apt to look into it, right? Just like when we saw Jana with the petition, there are this many people who feel very adamantly about the fact that when somebody passes, that if you're going to send them in the mail, that you need to do it in a proper fashion. You have to put them in a certain box, and it's only respectful if you're doing it this way, right? Because they did have laws on how you would send fireworks, and also how you would send biohazardous material. Well, it's crazy that they didn't ever have a law on how to do this properly, but they do now. And it's going to help everyone, not just people who have been, a victim of a crime, but any of us, right? Because what if our significant others didn't love us as much as we thought that they did, right? And they just like send us out like, oh, you know what I mean? You can't do that. You can't disrespect somebody like that, right? It doesn't matter if you like them or not. You don't disrespect them, So if Tony Jones was in the discard phase and he was over his wife or whatever, he still had no rhyme or reason and no right to disrespect her in that manner the way he did, Just like Sebastian Rogers never deserved the level of disrespect that was handed down to him. No way, shape, or form. Not at all. Sasha says, I don't think he could tell what he was looking at. He was looking in, like, what is it, in my opinion? Yeah, and, I mean, that very well could be, Sasha. And, like I said, I don't always like to speak in absolutes and things like that, but I'm passionate about my opinions for the most part. But I also like to remain open, because like I said, there'll be times where I'll be thinking a certain thing, and then somebody will bring something to my attention, and I'll say, "Oh wow, okay, yeah." One example would have been like Katie at the Texas Roadhouse. At first I'm like, why is she wiping her hands on her pants? I'm like, she seems like a tidy person, right? Like, why is she wiping her? And I'm, oh no, she's got her napkin down there, right? Okay, that's right. Texas Roadhouse has black napkins, right? So I'm watching, and then, I noticed that there's something flashing down there because you guys told me. I didn't notice it to begin with. People in the comments were saying it over and over, because I was like, no, I think it's just her napkin, and I'm writing this back to people, and people are like, no, Lady Freedom, like, look at the video again, really look. And so, I go back, I'm like, oh, I'll be damned, it looks like there is something flashing under there. And then I'm noticing the watch. I'm like, how come the watch isn't, flashing or anything like that? It's not linked up to the phones that she's using. Is she using a burner phone, right? Where's her purse? And then, you start thinking of these other things. So, well, I think so too. Sasha. There's probably things that he's not proud to admit that he mishandled in this investigation, in my opinion. Lil Redo says, I am so tired. I'm taking my babies out, and then good night, Lil Redo. Thank you. Yeah, just lurking here. That's fine. I do that. Like I said, I don't mean anything bad by it, but I do that too if I'm too tired to chat. So yeah, but thanks for being here. Hey, Kathy Bartholomew. Good to see you. Aw. Yes, the night owls are here. We are here. We are here. Aw, thank you, Lori. Thank you for the green hearts. Hey, Scranton Strangler. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hey, Meow. Meow's like, I'm not going to bed. Us nocturnal beings in here. Anne says, I would love to have Sebastian Rogers as my son, and Sebastian Rogers would have gotten along very well with my son, and I know my son would love special needs children. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing. If you've never kind of been able to experience people who have different abilities, even when I worked with people, uh, who have different abilities, I was completely amazed because I had never known anybody before that had special needs, and it's just it's amazing. I mean, they're a gift, and just the way they're so unique. Um, there's they're called special for a reason. You know what I mean? And not like a jerk ass way, like some of you fuckers with the special bus or whatever the hell. You can kiss my ass. I rode the short bus. Yes, I did, because I rode that with the kids, right? So go fuck yourself. Prayer Warrior says, appreciate the comment about KP's mom. I always seem to forget that piece of shit of info. Oh, the piece of info, sorry. But it's definitely relevant to who she is now. Not an excuse, but it helps me understand her better. Yeah, well, and I think that's really the main thing too, is trying to find a deeper understanding. Sorry, I thought I popped you up there, Prayer Warrior. Trying to find a deeper understanding of these people will help us figure out what happened to Sebastian. I definitely believe that. And that's kind of why, thanks, Bless. That's kind of why I think it's important to talk about it, and not to be like hateful or anything, but I mean, when we see something that's wrong, you can't just sit there and be like, oh, well, that's too bad. Like, we're not Pollyannas around here, right? That's a delusional way of thinking. You can't be that way, right? Benefit of the doubt is one thing. Be ready to get your ass bit, but benefit of the doubt, give it out as you see fit, but your ass is going to get bit. That's usually how it goes anyway. Sometimes you give that benefit and people will not bite you. But Carla says, my little grandson told me his girlfriend is special and makes the best cookies. Then asked me, do you know what special means, Nana? And I told him yes. And he said, a lot of kids bully him. Oh my goodness. I yell at them. Yeah, absolutely. And see, that's the thing. It takes a lot of courage to stand up, right? Because you don't want to be the subject of ridicule. You don't want to be the one that's being bullied. So a lot of times people of all ages, even, right? Just all different types of people will decide to jump on the bandwagon, or, start poking fun or laugh. So they don't look like they're, weird, right? And it's something that is unfortunately part of human nature. Oh, great, Lil Red. Lil Red, please text me and just say, Lady Freedom, get your ass over in my chat. Because I'm so bad. I get into things, is what it is. I'll start getting into making a video, and then like the next thing I know, it's like 2 hours later or whatever. So just text me, because I'd love to come over and listen. You guys know I'm really passionate about abuse and domestic violence and all of that stuff. It's something that is really important to me. Valley Gal says, always on camera when Mr. Size 14 isn't around, so sick. What was he looking for? Effing control freak. Yeah, no kidding, Valley Gal. Like, what the hell? And he's over there asking to, get pictures of Sebastian when he's eating and different things like that. I really believe that she was filming for Stepfoot because he wasn't there, in my opinion. I didn't hear him, and you know how he is. He's like loud and obnoxious. And there was some other guy there too. Like, when Sebastian's like, no, and he's like, yes, Sebastian, I don't know who that guy is, but I wanted, to tell him to shut the hell up, and leave him alone, Lori. That's right. Sasha says Sebastian is an alpha male. CP knew it. Damn right. He handled it properly, right? I mean, like I said, it just reminds me of, like, dealing with a child, and you're an adult and you're in a social setting where, you're out in public and there's other people there. And so you're like, hey, knock that off. You know what I mean? And that's what Sebastian was doing to his grown ass aunt who didn't know how to act right. She didn't even act like you got some sense there, auntie. Aw, absolutely blessed. Your little grandson is an example we should all strive to be. That's right. That's right. Yeah. I mean, because it is. It's so brave to stand up for somebody else, especially when they're being treated like crap. Because then you open yourself up to maybe have to be treated like crap, or you might open yourself up to having to get into a fight, and defend yourself, or defend your friend, right? It happens, especially in the schoolyard, right? Especially when you got one big old bully coming up picking on a little one, and you're like, hey, pick on someone your own size. You happen to be the size of them. And so you're like, then you end up getting into a fight, it happens. That's right. Well, and we even heard Chris and Katie giving Seth props, right? And kudos for his teaching Sebastian how to be a good person, teaching Sebastian life skills. I believe that Seth focused on raising Sebastian in the way that he saw fit. Absolutely. No, CP is not an alpha male. No, alphas don't go after females. They don't. They like females, they like us. But do they go after a woman? No, because they don't look at us as someone who isn't equal to them, right? And I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm saying that they know that they're bigger and stronger than us, and that we're the ones that need to be protected. And so an alpha male is actually going to protect a female because that is his manly instinct kicking in. He wouldn't dare think he is a match for a female. Only a little shriveled up, crinky winky Mr. Crispy is going to think like that. Just the way it is. Absolutely, SI officer. There's a narcissist for you. There they go. There goes your narcissist. Run of the mill. No originality at all. Very predictable as long as you know what to look for. I mean, they're just, it's amazing. I was completely flabbergasted when I realized who I was dealing with, and who I had been dealing with for, at that point, a big portion of my life. I shouldn't say a majority, but a huge portion of my life. I was with my daughter's father since I was 16, and then we divorced when we were 28. So a big majority of my life. And it was funny because I thought, this person was original. Like, some of these things that were happening weren't like things that anybody ever would understand because they were so weird and off the wall. Narcissists are just like that. They do the most weird things, right? Like, even the hoovering that they do, they'll push you away. They'll discard you. They'll treat you like crap, and you'll either leave them, you know, and they'll blame everything on you, or they will just discard you and not give you a reason why. They'll just, you know, they don't give a shit. They never loved you to begin with. And that's the harsh reality. It's very hard to come to terms with that, but they never loved anybody but themselves the whole entire time. It doesn't matter how much they love bombed you in the beginning. They never loved you. They only love themselves. They only have the capacity to love themselves. And that's just how it is for them. It comes from a deep place of trauma as well, believe it or not. But it's true. So when you get that, right, and you're in a relationship with that, and they only love themselves and they're only worried about themselves, they don't give a shit about discarding you or giving you a reason or even saying, hey, you know, I'm sorry that this had to happen. And they don't do it or try to be amicable about it at all. They don't want to even be normal about it at all, because it's not normal. It's very, very toxic. And then the minute that you try to move on, or the minute that you stop answering their text messages because you're like, oh, it's over, right? Then they'll start hoovering you back in, and they're going to try to get on your good graces and, you know, love bomb you again, make you feel like you're like the best thing since sliced bread. And then they'll push you down again, right? And they'll laugh at you, and they'll be like, haha, look at you down there. It's because your mom never loved you, remember? You told me that. I mean, that's how they are. They'll use every single bit of anything, any kind of weakness that you ever had against you, any kind of trauma that you've ever shared with them against you. That's just how they work. That's how they operate. That's how they keep control over you and make you feel bad about yourself so that you'll never leave them. Because that's their biggest fear too, is that you'll break up with them first, you know, because then everybody has to know that you broke up with them first. And, you know, that's what's important to them, because their image is the most important thing to them. Not you as a person, or thinking about, wow, what a wonderful person that I'm losing in my life, or look at the person that did all of these things for me, or gave me my child, or anything like that. That's not even on their radar. They don't think about anybody but themselves. Please make no mistake. Please make no mistake about that. I'm here to tell you. Fed Up Buttercup says CP is a step jerk. I agree. He's a step jerk. That's right. Good night, Kiki. Thanks for being here, hon. Thank you. Sweet dreams, says Fed Up Buttercup. Sebastian likes her bowling or swimming. Or Sebastian, like, this isn't bowling or swimming. I probably missed another comment up there. She wouldn't let him have a private minute with his mom, Robini. And it's like, what are you doing? Like, and then also, I mean, I just think, looking at Melissa, I'm like, looking at Katie, why didn't she just say, hey, Melissa, step off, you know? Go someplace else. Give us a second. Could you give us a minute? You know, like, there's nicer ways to say it. This is terrible. Listen to me. I'm like, right away, step off, bitch, you know? But I mean, you know, there's nicer ways that she could have said it too. She could have been like, you know, give us a second, Melissa, please. Like, I don't know. I don't know. You know, you don't always think to be like that in the moment, but, like, you know, I have trouble with being assertive without being like a total bitch, right? I go from like 0 to bitch, and you know, it's like a fast process. It's part of what I have to work on, what I've had to work on for myself. You know, I wasn't perfect by any means. Still am not perfect by any means. Never will be. So I don't even aspire to be perfect, but in the same way, you know, that's one of the things that I had to work on was, you know, assertiveness and not going to bitch level right away, right? There's ways of saying things where you could say, you know, could you please step off? You know what I mean? You can even say it in a nicer way. But like me, I'd be like, bitch, step off. I'm talking to my kid. You know what I mean? Like, look out, you know, but that's not always the best, you know, approach. Hey, YouTuber, good to see you. But and to be quite honest, with Katie's background, there may be some issues with her assertiveness as well. Maybe she goes from zero to bitch. I was surprised to hear her, because I'd be annoyed too with Chris, like how he was talking during the Heather Cohen phone call. And, Katie's like, well, it was a school night. And so, da da da. And she's like trying to talk. And then Chris is like, oh, don't be telling everybody it was a school night. They're not going to. And Katie's like, but Sunday is a school night. And he's like, no, that's a weekend night. And Katie's like, no. So she was able to like hold her own, right? She's like, no. And then he's like, yes, no, you're wrong, So there's that. But that was one of the things, that I had to work on, and sometimes I don't even think. I'll just like be so blunt, and then I'll like look at someone's face. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. But, again, nobody's perfect. An SI officer says, in my opinion, I don't believe that they did many things unless they actually did it with the other family. All his pictures refer to younger years. I don't think they got out and did very much together. Well, SI officer, I agree, because even when they were talking on different panels, I was kind of picking up on this, especially when I was looking for these indicators with Chris's characteristics fitting or different traits fitting of the narcissistic personality disorder. And so when I was looking back at that and I was analyzing the interviews, I realized that there was the love bombing in the beginning, right? Where Katie talks about when they were in California and how Chris got her cooking lessons, right, from Gordon Ramsay's school. And, what a romantic idea, right? I mean, that is a romantic gift, right? And so knowing that Katie was a chef and that she would enjoy something like that, he highlighted something that she enjoys. Narcissists are notorious for doing things like this, right? They will observe you. They will watch you. A lot of them like to stalk. Okay, I had issues with my ex-husband stalking. He loved to watch me. He would watch me through the windows and stuff. When I wasn't with him anymore. And there were times where we would break up and he would come and watch me through my windows and stuff. Break in and let me know that he was there. Stuff like that. And so in the beginning, we see Chris observing what Katie likes, getting to know her and what makes her tick, right? One of the things we know to be true about Katie is that she is a chef and that she enjoys cooking. It's one of her passions, if you will. And he was very in tune to that in the beginning, but now I'm sure, he could probably give a shit as long as he's feeding his face. It is what it is. But I also want to go back to the faux restaurant that they spoke of, about Sebastian trying tofu for the first time, and that they were out at the faux restaurant, but there wasn't really a whole lot on the menu that Sebastian, thought to be appealing, right? And so, but he did enjoy the cube of tofu, right? So again, a fancy restaurant, taking them all out to eat. Katie also talks about going on hikes. She goes, but we really don't do that anymore in Tennessee. Well, they lived previously in California, so I'm guessing that was another thing that they did. We also saw the pictures on Fox 17 in the very beginning when Chris and Katie were on, when Chris was Just for Men Chris, right? When he had like the really dark hair because he had just dyed it and everything. Just for Men Chris. And, they were out seeing the Cat in the Hat, right? Or somebody was dressed like that. It looked like they were like near a bouncy house or something like that. So they were doing things that were fun as a family. It looked like, right? Faith was small. Sebastian was younger. It seems like when he got her to Hendersonville, that's kind of when all the fun stopped, right? All the family fun, right? And then maybe he just only wanted to go because recently we heard that, you know, they went to a NASCAR race, but they did it on a weekend that Sebastian wasn't home. So, I mean, he didn't get to go enjoy that. Not that, I mean, arguably, to me, that doesn't appeal to me, like, at all. Not at all. You know, I don't know if it would appeal to Sebastian. But either way, you know, they're doing these things all of a sudden, you know, I mean, because if they're willing, just let's put it out there. I mean, this is part of my way of thinking, right? My thought process is, if they were willing for him to be able to tag along, right, or even the deep sea fishing trip. But, you know, if they're willing to have Sebastian tagging along, if they're going out to a nice faux restaurant, then why wasn't Sebastian good enough to tag along to go to a NASCAR event, which he might have really liked? You know, maybe it would have been too loud. That's one of the things I don't like. It's like stinky. It's like, I don't know. I'm just, I mean, if you couldn't tell by looking at me, I'm not a NASCAR girl, right? It's not my cup of tea. Never will be. But it might have been something that was fun for a family, right? And then and you know, gosh, I could just go on and on about this subject because, like, if you can't tell, but I mean, you know, even just looking back on the fact that Chris was staying at Yogi Bear Campgrounds. Yogi Bear Campgrounds is a family geared place. I'm going to cut my camera for a second. You know, is a family oriented campground. You know, there's a lot of different RV parks and resorts and different things like that are geared toward certain demographics. Here in Florida, there's a lot that are 55 and over, right? So there's a lot of, you know, older people. I had my daughter when I was very young, of course. And, you know, so at this point, I'm basically like a very young empty nester, right? Because I don't have any other children. And, you know, I like living tiny and I don't need a lot. I enjoy it. You know, I enjoy having a place that has all the amenities, and then, you know, I don't have a big old house to clean or worry about and things like that. I could go on and do whatever. And so that's appealing, right? But I mean, it's also appealing if you have kids that, you know, there's places for the kids to play, like a playground and a pool and things for them to do. A lot of times they'll have like activities in the rec room and different things like that, or a pool table. Ours has a library here. Where you can go down and grab a book. I mean, there's a lot of things depending on what you're looking for and, you know, what kind of fun you're looking for. They never went and visited with Chris, to my knowledge. I mean, in my opinion, that might be something fun that they could have done as a family. And it's not like camping in a tent. You know, it's basically a very nice camper, a fifth wheel that Chris was, you know, driving around and living in, and it was very nice. You know, it wasn't like some rickety ass piece of crap. I mean, it was fifth wheels are fucking nice. And you're telling me that they never decided to go down and hang out at Yogi Bear, where there's a big old swimming pool and they do stuff on the weekends for it's family oriented and kid oriented. It's just weird to me. It's like all of the fun stopped. And that's how it is with a narcissist, because the mask drops. Valley Gal says, who posted this? I've never asked. Sorry if I missed that. Super weird if it was malignant. I don't know who posted it. I do not know. I grabbed it, it came out probably at the 4 or 5 month mark, maybe even a little bit before that, and I might have just saw it late. You know, but I'm not sure who posted it. Yeah, Sasha says at 16 we should sound pretty normal. Every young man's voice changes. Typically, it's not that scary. KP, ooh, oh my god, it's weird. Ooh, ooh, what do I do? Well, I agree, Sasha. It was like she was basically, describing Sebastian as like the big bad wolf. She's like, his eyebrows and his voice and his, oh, and I'm like, okay, like what? He sounded like, you said, just a normal young man, right? Who's becoming a man. Typical, very typical in my opinion. Hey, forget me not, good to see you. Yeah. Carla says, thank God if he isn't, Melissa is bad enough. Chris would make sure Sebastian didn't smile. Yeah, and I mean, I think there's a lot to be said, and I can't remember who said it earlier, but maybe they were, maybe she was deliberately making Sebastian mad and then filming him and then, sending it to Chris and being like, oh, look, Sebastian's acting up again, and no, he wasn't. You're acting up. Oh, my favorite flower, prayer warrior. Oh, I know, Sasha, for real. She does. KP talks about his puberty phase like like he's an alien, my opinion. Read a book. Read a book, lady. Exactly. Google it, y'all. Come on now. Google it, y'all. Tampering, SI officer. Absolutely. Yeah, we live in the plains, so kite flying and fishing is our fun. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and then a lot of times those places do have stocked ponds and things like that. Or there's like nearby, fishing and activities for families to do. It's super family oriented. It just is. That's what those campgrounds are built for, right? Especially the nostalgia. Because, that's how we grew up. That was our vacations and stuff like that. Oh, cool. You have a forget me not tattoo on your foot. That's cool. Yeah, same. I've only been dealing lately with FBI. Yeah, and because it's hard. It's hard to trust. It really is. It's super hard to trust. Town Chat Cafe says, "Well, the AI, I suppose, the AI is supposed to investigate corrupted law enforcement agencies. Are they? I know how here in Texas they don't mess around when they come in to investigate. I've seen some people in law enforcement." Oh, I'm so glad you did pop in, Prayer Warrior. Thank you for being here, hon. I appreciate you. Hey, Babs, good to see you. Sneaking into the back row. No, we saved you a seat up front. Good to see you, Babs. Sasha's got a list of infractions. She says 1, did not clearable suspect. I wonder who that could be. Number 1. Okay, we're gonna take number 1 for 500. Alex did not alert the FBI when the CPS case's 3:10 a.m. lights video was available, declaring potential foul play. And number 3, I gotta get back down to Sasha. Don't have the glasses or water that the dog hid on tested for potential DNA. Very good point. Very good point. Did not correct the flyers. No, I know. 5, did not search the home only for a live person, not cadaver. Well, and that number 5 is a great point too, Sasha, because all of a sudden we're hearing that there's no evidence that Sebastian left the house. I mean, confirming it, right? Bab says, your grandson sounds like a caring, tough, sweet child. Good for him. Yelling at the bullies. My son was bullied a lot, and he's still got a great friend that stood up for him. Amen. See, and that's all, sometimes that's all you need, right? Is just like a couple of good friends, even one good friend that's like, hey, don't you do that. You're not going to do that to my buddy, right? Exactly. And everybody needs that. And be that person that stands up for them. That's what's really amazing. If you could do that, you're like super brave, especially when you're little. Especially, I mean, that is just an innate thing, right? Yeah, I love hearing that, and it's the example that you're setting. I'm sure. I'm sure of it. Because kids model behavior. People, that's how we grow and learn, and we model behavior. We emulate others, if you will. Sasha says, number 7, lights video of people in the neighborhood behind this home with a missing child, yet never addressed or updated the public about progress and safety. Well, and it's so odd because I wonder if the neighbors are even wondering about that. Like, they probably just let their kids go out and play because they know who the monsters in the neighborhood are, in my opinion. I mean, it is what it is. It's just kind of stating what we've seen. Yes, I'm very proud of Sebastian too. Yeah, and it just makes me mad when people try to make up stories about him or disparage him or whatever. It's one thing to be like, this is what I'm perceiving from what I'm watching. It's a whole nother situation to speculate in a direction that you have no leg to stand on, in my opinion. Especially when you're listening to the words of CP and KP, because we know that they've said a lot of inconsistent statements. We know that they've said a lot of very misleading statements, especially when it comes to who Sebastian is as a person. We've always heard the truth from Seth. We've always heard that from Seth. And the reason I say that is because then when I look and I interpret a video and I see exactly what Seth is saying, I say, oh yeah, okay, well, that's believable. When Chris and Katie are talking about, I have no freaking clue what they're talking about because I can't see that, right? It's not what I'm perceiving. It's not matching up. Yes, it's what I already know when I'm watching it, right? Because I've heard what Chris and Katie have to say. I hear what Seth is saying. And then I'm sitting here watching with my own 2 eyes or listening with my ears and watching. We slow this stuff down. And it's very, very clear to see that Sebastian is super intelligent. Sebastian is super caring, right? But that is one thing that Katie did say. He loves to help. I can see that. He's super observant. He's aware of his surroundings. And he can see when someone else is in need of service. Even when he was very little. And I say this because of the video that Seth posted of the Christmas pageant. Sebastian was helping the little girl fix her sash. And then he got back to doing his, what he was doing and dancing and back to what he was doing. But he stopped everything that, when he looks over, he kind of noticed, oh, you need some help? Okay, hold on. Let me help you really quick. And he helps her. And then he gets back to what he was doing. I mean, that shows a heart of service. Not everybody has that. That is not something that you can be taught, in my opinion. That's something that God gives you. That is not, I mean, you can follow by example, again, the modeling and everything, but no, that care and compassion in his heart. Yeah. Bab says CP was intimidated by Sebastian. He was growing up and standing his ground and knew morals and right from wrong because he'd experienced bullying in his own home. Absolutely. Absolutely. He wasn't safe at his own home, in my opinion. Not talking about Seth's, Yeah. He's the subject of ridicule. He was the kid that got left out of the Disney trip. Bab says, in middle school, I threw a shake in McDonald's on a bully and came across the table at him, daring him to say another word about my friend. I don't play when it comes to these assholes. You really can't, because if you give them like even a little bit, they'll take, you know what I mean? They'll be like, oh, this person's weak, and you have to stand up, Babs. It's true. You do. You have to. You have no choice. Sometimes you just have no choice but to just stand up and be like, you're not going to do this, right? And then they're not expecting it, so they back down. I mean, usually bullies don't keep coming if you stand up, but if they do, then you're kind of dealing with someone on a different level, on a more serious level, in my opinion. And Sasha says, maybe Sebastian becoming an adult made these people feel old and they were having a midlife crisis and needed some excitement and took it out on Sebastian's life. Yeah, I mean, that's a strong possibility. I think that's part of it. And just knowing that they were never, Chris was never going to be the man that Sebastian was, even at 15 years old. Well, that's true, Robini. You're right. Even alpha males don't just bully other men and kids either. They are naturally an alpha and don't have to prove they're a badass. Exactly. They know, right? They have that confidence. It's a difference between conceited and a false sense of self, between being confident and knowing who you are. And I absolutely agree. They're not bullies, right? Because they don't have anything to prove. You're so right. That is so well said, Robini. Absolutely. Sasha says, if I was KP, I wouldn't have hung out with CP's family at all, but she had no family, so she probably longed for his family bond. Bad pick. Yeah, absolutely. And I could see that, definitely. I mean, everybody wants to be accepted. Everybody wants love and belonging. It's one of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? And it's a very basic need, just like food and, water, right? It's shelter and things like that. It's that sense of being involved and belonging in a community or belonging in a place. And if you don't even have that within your own family, and then you meet somebody else, thanks, Sasha, yeah. And then you meet somebody else and you think, okay, well, this man, he's got a good family here, right? It's a bigger family. I'll have some support. You can have a false sense of love and support and belonging there, especially when you realize that, if you cross that other person, then you're going to be the target and subject of harassment, bullying, abuse, just like Nina, right? And Katie jumped on the bandwagon with that situation, not taking into account or taking a step back and saying, if he's willing to do this to his wife who gave him a child, then what would he be willing to do to me? And I think that's always a misconception that many of us think of when we get involved with somebody and they say, look, I'm in this tumultuous situation with my ex. And we say, oh, really? I'm so sorry to hear that, right? That must be really tough. And, that's got to be hard, especially with the kids and everything, and you want to believe that person, right? But I'm here to tell you, if you can even see a little glimpse of toxicity or abuse that's being inflicted on that person's ex, or that was ever inflicted on the ex by that person, please run in the opposite direction, because it's not going to get any better for you, and you're not going to change them. You don't have a magical undercarriage that is going to do better than any other woman's undercarriage. So please don't think that that's going to change anything, like you're going to change this person, because you're not going to. You're not that magical. None of us are. They will do the same thing that they did to their spouse to you. And Katie's living proof of that, you know. I mean, obviously she was around for the Nina stuff. She saw what was going down there. Now she is in that position because if she crosses the family, then there you go. I mean, you're automatically public enemy number one, and it won't change, and it doesn't matter. He can get number 6, and number 6 could come along, and it's not going to matter. Narcissists are very vindictive, and their flying monkeys are just as vindictive, if not worse, and they will do their dirty work for them. Bab says, Sasha, yeah, she chose the one who treated her worse than anyone, and she made her choice. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. They only love control, could care less about anyone as long as they're in control. Right, absolutely. It's all about control. And they do not look at you as a person, right? They don't look at you as an individual of your own person, especially once they marry you. They look at you like you are their property. And that's where the possessiveness comes in, and the isolation and things like that, because absolutely, they only want to control you. And that is not love. There's nothing loving about controlling another person. You know, we all have free will, and we're all allowed to do whatever it is that we want to do. And so, you know, it's not love. And that's what they seek, is to control. And if they can't control you, that's when they often become violent, or when they start to break you down mentally and emotionally. And a lot of that stuff happens right off the bat, setting you up for violence, right? Because that's how it kind of starts. Like, you know, oh, are you really going to wear that out? Because you look like a slut. Or, what are you getting all dolled up for? Who do you have to look pretty for? Well, I don't know. Maybe myself. Maybe I want to make myself feel good, right? I want to feel confident and look nice, right? They don't think of it like that. Who are you going to meet? You know, why is your hair messed up? Fucking windy outside. Go outside, check it out, you know, and then it makes you kind of crazy, right? Because then you're thinking, as you're putting your makeup on, like, man, I kind of do look like a whore. Oh my God. Oh gosh, this outfit, I mean, I'm giving everybody the wrong idea. If my husband thinks I'm a whore, then I must be one, right? And I bet you everybody else thinks that about me too. It takes a toll on your self-worth, whether you believe it or not, because it's coming from somebody that is supposed to love you and care about you and protect you, but instead they're systematically breaking you down so that way they can control you, and, you know, they can fuck with your head. And that's all it is. It's a total mind fuck, you know, and they love it. They love it. Sasha says narcissists only love control and power, and yours. Yep. They want your energy. They have none. Absolutely. A lot of narcissists will feign empathy, right? They are very attracted to empaths because they want to suck that energy, right? And then they also want to emulate who you are. So they look at you and they think, wow, this person is a great person, right? They're caring, they're compassionate, people like them. You know, when they go into a room, they light up a room, you know, and things like that. They're very intuitive. I wish I could be like that. And they start emulating and feigning that empathy. And they suck you dry. They suck you dry of energy. They're energy vampires to the max. CP, thus 5 marriages. Yeah, absolutely. You know, And I mean, I hate to say it, but that could be a really big red flag too. Some people are just very unlucky. I'm not saying that like anybody just because they've been married a bunch of times is a bad person or anything like that. But I mean, it does speak to maybe their level of commitment, or, maybe they give up too easily, or maybe they don't take shit. So they're like, fuck this. If this is not going right, I'm out of here. I'm not dealing with this. Understandable, right? Everybody's, puts up their defense mechanisms, their walls, right, in order to survive, especially when it's an emotional situation. It's tough when emotions become involved, but that's a narcissist's game, right? They want to emotionally entangle you in order to control you, so that way you're going to feel trauma bonded by that person. You're going to feel like that's your person, and oh my gosh, if I lose this person. And that's where this codependency comes into play as well. And if you're not strong-minded to begin with, that could really, really make it for a tough road, because now you're kind of hooked on this person, and you're thinking, again, because they're telling you all the time, like, nobody else is going to want you, look at you, and then thinking, like, if anybody else does want you, guess what? That's your fault, you little whore, because you should have been out there flaunting your shit in front of people and stuff like that too. So I mean, you get a lot of that guilting, shaming, just outright, it's gross. Just to make somebody else feel horrible about themselves is disgusting, and then be like, "Oh, I love you." Sasha says, to me, the narcissistic personality is an extremely sad person that has no energy, that desperately feeds off other people, and will do anything to maintain control. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's why they isolate too. They like to be in an environment where they know they have flying monkeys, right? And then they know that you have no one. So if they know that you have no one and they have people backing them up, then they have the power, they have the control right there. Right there. And then it can make you feel very defeated. It can make you feel horrible, like, oh gosh, I'm stuck. It can be suffocating. Your youngest brother's that way, Anne. I'm so sorry. Yeah, and it's absolutely heartbreaking, right? Especially like if it's a family member, or if you're married to somebody like that, right? It's very sad, because you want to help them, right? Because then a lot of times people will fall into the trap of going and researching narcissism, finding a deeper understanding of it, but still not listening to the key elements and why these people are toxic, and why you have to get away from this person, or they will steal your energy, they'll steal your joy, they'll steal the essence of who you are. They'll do it. I promise you. They'll suck it right out of you. And they will. And then you're stuck picking the pieces up and trying to remember who you were before this person. And it's very difficult. It's extremely difficult. But you fall into this trap and you're thinking, oh my gosh, this poor person is broken. That's why they're acting this way, right? Narcissists are like the most broken people, and it's absolutely sad and pathetic, really. I mean, because of the havoc that they wreak on others. Otherwise, it would be like the saddest thing, and we'd all want to just, baby the shit out of them. But you can't do that, because they're horrible people, and they're especially when it's a malignant narcissist, like in my opinion, Chris. When you couple that with other issues like antisocial personality disorder, that's when you have that malignant narcissist, and there is no help or hope for them unless they become self-aware and they get the help that they need. If they never decide to do that, which many times they don't, please just get away, because it's never going to get better. It's just never going to get better. It's always going to get worse. And it's, you can't fall into that trap of thinking that you're going to be able to help them. You have to fall into the trap of like, hey, their trauma is terrible, and I'm so sorry that they developed this disorder because of the trauma. But again, it's something that they're going to have to help themselves. Nobody's going to be able to help them. You know, and a lot of times they play the therapists. I mean, you know, it's toxic, and you know, let them work it out themselves is my best advice. But Bab says, I imagine Sebastian pointing out the bad things about CP, his ignorance, lack of education, and Sebastian correcting him. That could infuriate CP and his ego. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and especially, you know, Babs, I agree. When you get older too, you kind of like get a little bit more balls, right? To say stuff like that. You know, we all do, right? Because when we're younger, we're always just like, oh, that's an adult, you know, we're not allowed to say anything. And like, you know, you're just kind of like, okay. And, you know, you go along with it and everything like that. But then as you get older and as you realize that this behavior is not normal, you know, of course, any regular person is going to speak out against it. And I agree, you know, and then there's things that, I mean, obviously, you know, Chris, we could take like even a 20-minute clip and break it down, and he'll mispronounce and misuse words and won't make any sense. And, you know, I'm not pervy and can't tell you because of HIPAA. And let me tell you this about this. And he doesn't know shit about shit. You know, and Sebastian's probably sitting there like, no, you know what I mean? And then on top of it, and everybody's different on the spectrum, I'm just saying, but this could come into play here, but it could be one of those things where, you know, Sebastian's very literal and he's just trying to like, just say matter of factly, like, no, that's wrong. And then, like you said, Chris's little fragile ego gets, you know, just bruised in the little tiniest bit. And next thing you know, he's raging, you know. That's how they do. I agree, Sasha. I really wish she would have been on her son's team, a true mother, especially when it's right. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because you're going to fall into a lot of that stuff too when it's a blended family and things like that. You know, you do have to establish the fact that the other person in the household is also an adult and you have to be respectful and blah, 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 blah. But at the end of the day, if that adult is telling your kid the wrong way to be and being a horrible role model for your child, then why does your child have to listen to that idiot? You know, at the end of the day, that's, I mean, I'm sure Sebastian was sitting there thinking that to himself, in my opinion. Town Chat Cafe says Lady Freedom is just the dragonness coming out in you. Like with me, sometimes my dinosaurness comes out. She says roar. Oh my goodness, you're so funny, Town Chat Cafe. That's true, right? You know, sometimes you just it just comes out. It just pops out of there. I'm like, whoops, you know, cover my mouth. Oh my God, what did I just say? You know, that sort of thing. Bab says, I have the same issues. I don't have grace and fluff. I speak so direct. Get to the bottom of something and get answers. Yes, Babs, I'm like that too. And I've become more direct like that too. You know, it was after, it was post, you know, abuse, because a lot of things I used to keep to myself and I was really quiet, you know, and I wouldn't say anything. And I would just be like watching, and just thinking to myself and just quiet, and then once I realized it's like, oh, I don't have to answer anybody, right? I'm not going to get in trouble for saying anything. And then I was, be blurting stuff out and I'm like, oh, that's rude. And then, or I'd be like, oh, and people would be like, you're so blunt. Like, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to say it like that. Or, I didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings. But then if I felt like I was offended by somebody, I just get all like, right away. And it's like, you don't mean to, and then you realize like, oh, I don't want to snap at people. And then I need to learn how to be I need to calm my jets, a little bit. So Carlos says Babs is called no filters. That's what people say about me. I call it honesty. Carla, that's what I say, because people will say, oh, that's hateful. And I'm like, that's not hateful, that's truthful, type of a thing. There's a difference. I always say that. There's a difference between being hateful and truthful. But then we see somebody like Chris and he's like, I'm brash, I'm respectful, but I'm to the point. And it's like, I don't know about that respectful part, but you do have to learn like that, that comes with the assertiveness. Or what was it on fried green tomatoes? The assertiveness class for Southern women. For Southern women, the one lady says. I always thought that was funny. And Bab says, that's also why I refuse to show myself in teams meetings. I have no poker face. My face tells what I'm thinking way before I have a chance to censor or speak. My face is like that too. Babs, my face. I have the same problem with my face. Well, because especially because sometimes like my eyebrows will just raise up, you know. I'll be like, calm down over there, you know, or like, you know, and then I'll, you know, and even your body language can throw, you know, things off a bit as well. So it's funny. I'm the same way. People could probably see my face and I'm like, you know, even though I'm trying not to, I'm like, oh, you know, act natural, you know. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a great idea, Carla. Focus on the corruption. Absolutely. And I think, you know, everybody's different perspective is really going to help out with that too. I'm so excited. I think that that's a great start. And then, like I said, you know, it's good with the social media aspect because that was going to be the biggest issue with the letter writing campaign too, is just trying to, you know, get these letters out and different things like that. I know it's only one letter and we do it, you know, and if we all send them to Cash's office, you know, it'll be a bigger impact. Most definitely. But I think it's also important with the social media, right? Because a lot of times politicians don't necessarily like being called out in public. And so when Jude did that, because I DM'd Cash, right? And I might not get a response, right? But publicly posting to Cash, hey Cash, guess what? Tagging him, absolutely fantastic. You know what I mean? And here I was only thinking of it, one aspect of it, but there's like 3 different ways that we can do this campaign this whole week, and we're going to do that through next week, you know, till Monday. So you know, this coming Monday we'll still do the whole rest of the week with Cash. Send him cash. You know, tagging him, sending him messages on X if we can, and just politely, respectfully, right? But I think that'll be awesome, and then we can move on. I think the Attorney General would be a really good next step, but I also have a few others too, because I've been getting suggestions as well. So, and I'm open to suggestions too. So if you want to be like, hey, Lady Freedom, you know, can we write to this person? Absolutely. You know, it's we the people segment, right? We the people want to know. You know, and I have to learn to be a little bit more concise because I really like what Jude wrote. We'll read it again really quick, what she wrote. Just short, sweet, to the point. Says, will you please take a look at missing Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers from Hendersonville, Tennessee. He's been missing under very suspicious circumstances since February 26th, 2024. He has an army of friends around the world, and we could use your help. Thank you. So join our army, Cash, please. We need you, right? We need you. And, you know, the more that, you know, he might see that and think, oh, okay, some little lady Freedom, she's, you know, she emailed me. I don't know who that girl is. You know, oh, okay, this person, hey, Jude. Okay, wow, okay. You know, maybe he likes the Beatles, you know, hopefully. Who doesn't? I mean, I love the Beatles. But, you know, again, and then he might see that today and he might say, oh, okay, these ladies. All right, Sebastian Rogers, huh? And then the next thing you know, somebody else could DM him. And then somebody else is, you know, tagging him. Oh, wait a minute, Sebastian Rogers again. Okay. This kid, he's missing still. All right. You know, but we keep putting that little bug in his ear, right? We're planting little seeds. Sebastian. I need to schedule something, have Jana come up here, and I need her to help us understand how she's getting shit done, because she really is, guys. I mean, she's an inspiration. She's like, thank you so much for the video, right? I'm like, thank you so much for the inspiration, right? Because we're trying to do these things too to help Seth. Like, he's doing these things just like Jana's doing for Crystal, right? Because she loves her sister so much. And Seth's doing this for his son because he loves his son so much. and he understands that what he's been through, no one should be going through that ever, right? It's bad enough, but then not knowing where to turn and not knowing what to do and knowing that there needs to be changes being made, but there's really not a whole lot being done to make those changes. So Seth is like, okay, I need to get out there and figure out what I can do to help other families. That's what people do when they know what it's like, because they think to themselves, oh my gosh, if I would have known how to go from A to B back then, if I only knew now, or if I only knew then what I know now, right? And for people who are struggling through these circumstances, like losing their sister and thinking to themselves, no, this doesn't sit right with me. This is not how it went down. Or where's my missing son? He's been missing for 15 months. Navigating through those circumstances is never easy. So you take a look and you say, you know what? Nobody should have to deal with this shit while their kid's missing, or nobody should ever have to deal with their sister's remains being disrespected like this. Ever. Never, ever, ever. And that's what sparks change. But it's also about us all being equally as outraged, even though it doesn't directly affect us. Arguably, I know a lot of us are invested in Sebastian's case, but what I'm saying is that if we see one injustice anywhere, we should all be just as equally outraged and make a difference, to change it. But I would love to have her up here, just, give us some pointers, give us some ideas, because even though Sebastian's case and Crystal's case are completely different, right? We still are seeing the huge cracks in the system and the huge gaps in families who could really use tools to navigate through these situations, and we're not seeing that need being met. And Seth is being vocal about that. He's vocalizing that for people who unfortunately may lose their children. I mean, gosh, we have kids coming up missing all over the place all the time, right? It's like a regular occurrence. It's weird. But maybe he can, set the path and help other people, right? Maybe he can be a point of contact so people could say, how did you get through this, Seth? Or, hey, can you help me out and kind of help me figure out how I can get some help here, different things like that. So it's just, it's a labor of love. And Bab says, Carla, I did that 2 weeks ago. Excuse me, I wasn't talking to you. It has nothing to do with your view on anything. Babs. Oh my goodness. SI officer says, I believe once the isolation has begun and the newness of a relationship, then their true self begins. And he moves on and wants to find another, although believe this time KP has something to hold. Absolutely, over his head. And they're all in it together. In my opinion, allegedly, she thought this would keep them together in a sense, in my opinion, allegedly. Oh, absolutely. Well, and just think about, I think that would absolutely work based on some of the things that we have heard that were alleged, right? SI officer, like, for instance, the ultimatum. So just think of someone who is in a really stressful situation and they're losing their partner, right? Katie's not kind of the one that's kind of been married several times. Obviously, she was married before. But Chris is kind of the one that doesn't have the best track record when it comes to like marrying right away and, getting divorced and marrying someone else right away and finding somebody before that's even over with and things like that. So not saying that that's evil or anything. And I'm not saying that things don't happen like that and things like that. I get it. It happens. I'm not naive to think that it doesn't. But in the same way, that's kind of like his track record. So I'm sure she's thinking like, dude, he probably already has somebody else, right? And he's just kind of like keeping me along because it's cheaper to keep her, kind of nasty shit. Or, you know, thinking that's why he's never coming home. That's why he doesn't invite us to come down. That's why we don't do things as a family anymore. You know, he's kind of checked out, right? And so that could speak to motive when it comes to Katie and where her head was and what she was trying to accomplish in the situation. You know, was she trying to keep him? And I do believe she was. I do. Bab says, yep, she was/is, and she sacrificed her son to be with CP, in my opinion. Yeah, I think that she definitely sold Sebastian out. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt. No doubt. Baba Rose says Sebastian was normal. Edgar and KK was the ones that were not normal. I agree, Baba Rose. Absolutely. Absolutely, absolutely. And they were trying to blame it on him, you know, and it's like, how could you sit here and blame it on Sebastian when he obviously doesn't have that problem? I mean, I don't know. But they certainly were trying to poke him enough, right, to make him have an issue, in my opinion. You know, and that's the worst thing ever. You know, Bab says, does anyone know if Sebastian ever went on vacation with the Proudfoots in the RV, or was this a recent purchase due to him having to take the job at St. Jude? I mean, it's tough because I tried to consider the sources on that. The only person that I've ever heard ask Chris flat out if he, you know, ever went, if Sebastian ever went camping in the fifth wheel, was Terry Lynn. And Chris said no. Mm-mm. And I mean, other people have asked questions like, did Sebastian enjoy camping? You know, and they'd say, not really camping. You like to go fishing. But I think that's what people were fishing for, was that, right? Like, did he like to go camping? Did you guys go camping? Because obviously Chris was living in the camper. And again, he would stay on properties that were family friendly. So it would be weird, in my opinion. I mean, it would just be like, and I'm not saying that it would be like an every weekend thing or anything, because obviously it's a drive. It's a 3.5 hour drive and that sort of thing. Katie's probably tired when she gets off of work. Sebastian might not want to take a 3.5 hour drive right after school on Friday, you know, and the weekend kind of flies by and things like that. I get it. But if I'm looking at it from my perspective, if my husband was staying in a fifth wheel 3.5 hours away, I'd probably go see him at least 2 weekends of the month, you know, unless, you know, and again, it's not like Sebastian was in like extracurriculars that he was like, you know, hey, I got practice like 3 days a week. And then, you know, we got games on the weekends and different things like that. That wasn't, you know, part of it. So, but yeah, to my knowledge, no, they never did all go camping. Oh, Forget Me Not, thank you so much for becoming a member. Thank you so much. That's wonderful. Welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Aw, that's fantastic. Babs says, I ain't sitting up front. Oh, that's funny. Oh, Forget Me Not. That's so wonderful. Thank you. She gifted 5 Lady Freedom memberships. Thanks so much. Oh, well, if you got a Lady Freedom membership, please say thank you to Forget Me Not. Oh, that's wonderful. And welcome 5 new Dragon Tribe members. Thanks, guys. Oh, okay. Well, that could be Robini. I think he had to have the RV when he got that job. Yeah, see, I don't know if he always traveled or not. That was one thing. Someone was saying, was it the other night? Oh, gosh. And it might have been like maybe Saturday or something. Somebody was saying that Chris was down in Louisiana. Like at some point, but I'm not sure. Aw, Forget Me Not, thank you so much. Thank you. We enjoy having you guys here, and you guys are just, like I said, always so great, because like I said, I'm not quite sure everything about kind of Chris's situation, because I kind of, and I don't mean to do this, but and especially when he says things like "we would have heard it," or you know what I mean, he slips up a lot, right? And it makes you wonder: was he there? Was he not? But I do tend to kind of take him out of the equation and just kind of focus my thoughts on Katie, right? And just like I did when I wrote Cash, I'm kind of like, hey, his mom was, according to her, she was the last one in the house. It was just those two in the house. Stepdad wasn't there. I didn't even put him into the equation. And then I said his biological father is a corrections officer and was working in Davidson County Prison that night, right? At a new state-of-the-art, building. It's not like they were still using like, very, archaic system or anything like that. Like it's all new, right? Big old parking garage, everything. So, bullies are sadistic and they do like hurting people, Sasha. They just do. Kathy says it's my witching hour. Great discussion, Lady Freedom. We'll finish tomorrow. Good night. Thanks for being here, Kathy. Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks, Carla. I think he probably wanted so Scooby could get us snacks. Robbie. The good old snacks. The snacks defense. Well, and I always wondered too if they went and, because they went to, supposedly, I don't believe the Costco picture was from the day before. I just think Sebastian looks too much younger, different haircut, different glasses. We were talking about that last night. Yeah, but I was wondering about that. I was thinking, well, did they go and buy food in bulk, like a bunch of it, because they knew they would be in the house and not trying to go anywhere for a while? Or, what's up with that? So I've kind of always like thought about that. And then too, I was like, well, if it was just Sebastian and Katie in the house, they didn't really need that much food, right? I mean, how much food can they eat? And I don't know what their fridge situation was. I don't know if they have a deep freeze or whatever, but I mean, I don't know. And Bab says, if you're lucky, you can count your true friends on one hand. Absolutely. Especially as you get older too, right? It's like when you're young, you have like a huge group of friends or whatever, and you're, it's like, you got tons of friends, but then as you get older, it's kind of like you have kids, and then, you might get a different group of friends and that sort of thing. So yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. Yeah, and good friends are hard to find, right? Good, loyal friends. They really are. Oh gosh, Carla, I have nights like that too. Sometimes when chat goes by really, really fast, it's hard to type. Scranton Strangler says that has never been proven more than when you see the other channels going after creators. I thought people grew out of bullying when they mature. Not everyone does. Yeah, Scranton, that's the truth. That is the truth. Absolutely. And it's gotten pretty bad. I've seen a lot of stuff lately that I was like, oh boy. Even directed towards myself. But I think a lot of it, has to do with this case. It just really does, unfortunately. Forget Me Not says Sebastian has a pure heart, the kindness he showed for the little girl in the Christmas video. Oh my gosh, right? I mean, that's one of my favorite videos of Sebastian. I also love hearing about him asking the school resource officer how many tickets. That just, oh gosh. If you guys ever see that clip, I remember hearing it. I don't remember whose channel it was on, but I would love to get that clip of Seth saying that, because that is, I mean, I laughed. I still think that is so funny. Like if I'm just sitting here and I think of that, it makes me laugh every single time. It's hilarious. Like I could just picture me being like the school resource officer waiting for Sebastian to come in. You know what I mean? Just waiting for him. Because of his personality, because of his light, because of how great he is, right? And just how silly. Like that it's just, I don't know, it's fucking hilarious. That's my favorite thing. The green tea video is adorable. I think it's super smart, funny, right? And just his little giggle at the end, love it. But him asking that resource officer buddy, oh man, that just gets me every time. It's funny as hell. He was shocked that I did it in front of his jock friends. Did he say anything more? Nope. And he apologized to me 20 years later for talking about her. Yeah, see, and those things stick with people, right? I mean, he probably never forgot that, you know? He probably never forgot that. Scranton says, Lady Freedom, maybe CP had a little man syndrome. And Sebastian is getting tall and handsome, and CP was always will be a little troll. Oh my goodness. I think that is spot on. Scranton. I think that's spot on. Oh my gosh. He just looks in the mirror every day. He's like, I wish I could be Sebastian. Oh my gosh. I want to go up on Lady Freedom's channel and talk about my son. Yeah, and I'm going to have you up one of these days. I would love to have you up and talk about your son. Yes, absolutely. Well, and I think you're an example of a mom that really, really misses her son, you know, and you're always talking about your son because you love him so much, right? And you know, it's funny that we see someone like Katie who it's like she avoids it at all costs. Me too, forget me not, don't feel bad. Oh my goodness, I am so behind in chat. Hey little Miss Sharon, good to see you. Oh, I'm so glad. Oh, that's wonderful. I'm so glad to hear that. Hey Adam Forever 21, good to see you. Good to see you. Hey Vic, good to see you, Vic. Thanks for being number 80. If you stay and take it again, you're a volunteer. And if you don't respect yourself and family, then you need help to get out. Yeah, absolutely, Babs. Yeah, because, I mean, it's not so easy just to leave, right? Ever. It really isn't, especially when you're, you know, tied to that person or, you know, you feel comfortable. Everybody likes that comfort zone, even though sometimes that comfort zone isn't safe, right? Because that's another thing that goes with the trauma of being abused is like, so it starts to become the normal and it starts to feel comfort. The cycle that you're in starts to feel comfortable and you get used to it, right? And so you kind of know what to expect. And so you're less apt to get out of a situation like that because, you know, you're like, okay, at least I know what to expect here. And especially in a lot of circumstances, it'll be a situation where you got out of one abusive relationship and you traded it in for another one. So if you do that and, you know, because it's really easy to do and it happens, especially if you jump from one to the other, you know, and then you're in that situation, you're like, well, at least they don't do this like the other one did, but it still could be just as detrimental. Absolutely. And resources are really important. And I'm kind of learning that here in Florida, that there probably needs to be a lot more resources. So I'm going to start working on that too, because I think that's really important. I really do. I think that it's important to have those resources. Well, guys, I'm going to play this little thing right here. So I'm going to grab a cold water because it's so humid. Today's been hot and humid. But let me play this little party here while I do that really quick. So then that way you guys can watch something and it won't just be some dead air here. We'll play the party early. I think we're like 79 or something like that. So, and everyone that hit the like button, thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. Here we go.
Squeeze Weezer, there's someone I'd like you to meet. That looks like an autopsy.
Laughter through tears is my favorite emotion. I'm so mad I don't know what to do. I want to know why. Lord, I wish I could understand. I just want to hit something. I want to hit it hard.
Here, hit this. Go ahead, Melyn. Slapper.
Are you crazy?
Hit her.
Are you high, Clary?
We'll sell t-shirts saying I slapped Weezer Boudreaux. Hit her. Weezer, this is your chance to do something for your fellow man. Knock her lights out, Melyn.
Let go of me.
But y'all don't say that.
Melyn, you just missed a chance of a lifetime. Have a chickapin parish and give the eye teeth to take a whack of Weezer.
You are a pig from hell.
Weezer, I was just kidding. Come back. Oh.
Weezer, what brings you here? Shut up.
Not a very Christian thing to do. And now you gotta lighten up.
If you can't say anything nice about anybody, come sit by me.
Looks like two pigs fighting under a blanket.
A girl is fair game until there's a ring on it. And I mean a wedding ring. An engagement ring just means she's ready for one more mistake. Okay, this is perfect. Watch this.
Sometimes I wish I was smooth like Zahid. Of all the people I know, he's the best at girls.
Thanks, Weezer. Nothing like a good piece of ass.
And that's how you do it. Now, I'm gonna go hide in the back because that guy said he's gonna kick my ass and he has a neck tattoo, so...
I am pleasant. Damn it! I just saw Drum eating in this morning at the Piggly Wiggly, and I smiled at the son of a bitch, for I could help myself.
Honey, time marches on, and eventually you realize it's marching across your face.
Okay, guys. Good night, Babs. Oh, sorry. I'm a little bit behind in chat, guys, but I kind of got caught up a little bit. Carla says, oh, I'm sure Chris was there that Sunday night. Yeah, I mean, I leave it open because and I do try to kind of take him out of the equation sometimes, but it's still really up in the air, especially on how upset he got about the truck and, Valley Gal says, Sasha 100%, especially when he just wanted friends. KP, get off your ass and help the boy, in my opinion. Yeah, absolutely. But, it makes me wonder, too, that if other parents had overheard, or even people in the neighborhood had heard how horribly Sebastian was talked to, I wouldn't want my kids to go over and, stay all night or, go over even for a play date or, I know that 15-year-olds don't really do play dates, but whatever, come over and hang out. Because, maybe they didn't want their child to be called names like that, right? The R word and stuff like that. Good night, Babs. Thanks so much for being here. Aw. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. And get some good sleep. Thanks for being here. We'll see you tomorrow. Sasha says, this is a no-brainer, in my opinion. The kid likes bowling. The leagues run the dump. So yeah, put him bowling league. Duh. Well, that's true, Sasha. She could have. I know my daughter did like a bowling league, they did it through the school, and they got like, you paid for like the whole entire league season thing, and then they even got like a bowling ball. And I still have her bowling ball. But it was really fun, actually. And, you know, and I was surprised when she said she wanted to do it. I think her little friends were doing it. And that's what it was. And she's like, oh, Mom, I want to do this. And so, you know, we signed her up and everything, and we do bowling league. And it was fun, you know. And she had a really good time. And then, like I said, it was a good deal. You got a bowling ball out of it. So, yeah, I don't understand why that wouldn't have been something, because we saw him in another video bowling, right, that Katie shared. So, absolutely, I think that would have been a great idea. That's definitely a no-brainer in my opinion, you know. And that's a great way to meet other people, too. You know, like we heard that Seth had Sebastian involved in playing Magic the Gathering and Dungeons and Dragons. You know, that's another thing that, you know, is social, where Sebastian can get out and meet new people, right? So, and Jennifer DeFore says, I met my narcissist when I was a bartender, where he was a regular for over a year. He ended up making me believe it was degrading for my new grandson. Oh, he made you quit the bar? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, absolutely. You know, and it probably caught you off guard too, because you're like, hey, that's where we met, you know? Yeah, absolutely. You know, they're always okay with it until they want to take control over you. Thanks for sharing that, Jennifer. You know, because it's important for people to kind of understand that too, because I'm sure, you know, you probably were used to talking to them for a really long time and really didn't notice it, right? Because they're really good at hiding it, you know. They're really good usually in social situations. That's what throws me off really hard about Chris, because he's really not afraid to just like let it all hang out and rage in public. Usually narcissists are very much concerned with their public image, and so they wouldn't dare make a fool out of themselves in public. But I think his anger supersedes that, you know, and then that narcissistic rage pours out of him without him even noticing. Kind of like when we talk about the assertiveness stuff, you know. And there's definitely reactive abuse, you know. Valley Gal says Costco picture was in Walmart 2 years earlier, in my opinion. Yeah, I definitely think so, Valley Gal. It looks at least like Sebastian's a couple years younger, in my opinion, too. I agree. Carla says, a smart man once said, you're lucky if you have one true friend in your lifetime. The rest are acquaintances. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I can agree with that. I can agree with that. You know. And people are going to inevitably let people down. We're all going to do it to each other. We're all going to disappoint each other. But, you know, you have to be a good friend to have a good friend, too. I think that's true. I think that you know, being a good friend is the best start to having good friends. You know, because you'll attract people just kind of based on what you put out into the universe, in my opinion. And Sasha says he was great at bowling, stature in baseball. Picture he's got cork, makes for great pitch. See how his knee draws up naturally. That's a strike knee right there. I know it when I see it. Aw, Sasha, that's so cute. I agree. I think Sebastian would have been great at anything he put his mind to and anything he enjoyed doing. I love how he's competitive, you know, and then also it reminds me of seeing Sebastian in the tug of war, right? We saw how determined he was. We saw how hard he was trying, right? It's just, that's what makes a great sportsman. So I think he would have been fantastic at sports, you know. But Sebastian does remind me a lot of my daughter. My daughter is not was not into sports. I always wondered if Sebastian would have liked to play an instrument. But Sasha says he had that baseball knee going. So, yeah. Well, and chess is a game of strategy, I think he liked the PlayStations. I think he liked to play. I think he liked to play the PlayStations. I really do. He seemed to have liked PlayStation. He has great potential. He does. He does. Yeah, basketball would be fun. Absolutely. He needed a basketball. Yeah, and they didn't have anything like that. I remember Rogue was saying that last night, I believe. No bikes in the yard, basketball hoop, even like one hoop. Go out there and play a game with mom, play, horse or something like that. That's really fun. And it's just something to get out and do something, right? But it seems like they like to put him in his room a lot and, go in the corner and play with your Legos. And, I don't know why he didn't have hoops. I don't know why he didn't have a hoop, Sasha. Yeah, I'm livid. That's neglect. Well, and that's the thing, they weren't trying to harness any of his qualities, right? Or even giving him new options to play, right? Like, are you going to like this? There were certain things that my daughter did and got into, soccer was one of them. And again, she had great like foot control and everything she did. She played club soccer when she was little. But again, just something that it wasn't her thing, right? But I mean, she tried it out, and anything that anybody puts their mind to, they can do it. I do truly believe that. Well, and that's another thing too, could have been thrown away. Maybe he did have certain things and they took it away from him, right? Because Chris loved to have done that to him. Even down to his skivvies. I mean, what the I know. I don't understand it either, Sasha. I don't know. No trampoline or no bike, right? Or a pool. I don't know why they didn't have him a pool set up. They could have put him a pool back there and it wouldn't be, nothing to put a 4-foot pool, and that could have been an incentive. Like, hey, Sebastian, we're going to get you a pool and, but then again, that would just be something else to take away from him. I've been talking to my son in heaven, and I asked him what he thought of Lady Freedom and Mod and channel, and he told me that he loves your channel. Aw, Anne, you're so sweet. Aw, thank you. I love that. That is so sweet. Well, we love you here too. All of you guys make, everything here. We wouldn't have the great community that we have here if it wasn't for all of you guys. I mean, honestly, and just the way everybody interacts and how smart you guys are in the chat, all of your ideas, and things like that. Forget Me Not. I love that show, Atypical. That is such a cute show. I could go back and watch that, over and over again. If you guys have not seen Atypical, you got to go watch it. It's so cute. His arms tell you he was there. Aw. Yeah, I believe that, Vic. And I mean, Mandy from Spirit Seeker Squad matched the teeth marks up. In my opinion, uncanny. Yeah. Right? Meet me at the cul-de-sac for hoops. Yes. When we were growing up, we always had a pool. We always had a full, court, 2 basketball hoops, I was really big into playing basketball. When I was a kid, my brother and I would play, and, the kids from the neighborhood would come over and different things. It's just, yeah, it's unfortunate. And just because Sebastian didn't get along with everybody, or maybe there were certain subjects that he would get stuck on, and you know, he was interested in those certain subjects and different things. Those are just like such little things, in my opinion, that aren't something that should have ever hindered him from having friends, because he's such a loving, caring person. You know, very brazen, like burnt jerky, in my opinion. Sasha says. Well, ag is more with the animals and things like that. So, you know, being involved in, you know, the agriculture and different things. That's kind of, but pottery and clay making could have been something that could have been fun and relaxing. I agree. Yeah. And, you know, Sebastian's teachers said that he was very creative and artistic as well. And I would have loved to know, I would love to know more about that. I really would. I really would. Oh, Granny to 13. Yay. I'm so glad that you're a member. Yay. Welcome to the Dragon Tribe, Granny of 13. Aw. I have a question, Sasha says, for KP. She made the comment Sebastian should be doing these things. So my question is, why isn't he, KP? Yeah. That's a really great question. I think that's a valid question to ask. I really do. Absolutely. She didn't want to put the effort in my opinion. Good night, Carla. Thank you for being here. Good night. Sleep well. Sleep well, Carla. Sasha says, my kids did taekwondo, football, baseball, basketball, bowling, violin, and drums. Oh, awesome. I love drumline. Like, that was one of my favorite things to watch. Yeah, my daughter played violin. She also played the saxophone. She was in the marching band. Scranton says, well, she was also in jazz band as well, orchestra. Scranton Strangler says, I don't know if I missed the answer to this, but does anyone know if CP and KP got / are getting Faith for the summer? I have not heard anything different, so I'm assuming yes. And we're kind of approaching June. Well, we are definitely approaching June. And so that was kind of the time frame last summer. So as far as I know, yes. Unfortunately, Scranton. You know. Oh, pizza run, pizza run. Yay. Love pizza. Oh, good night, Valley Gal. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, thank you. Right. Good question, Vic. If he wasn't there, then how did he get the teeth marks done? He blamed it on the Morkies, so, but I don't believe that. No, not after seeing the matchup, right? Yeah, the moon-shaped nail marks, those didn't come from Morkies. Yeah, I agree, Scranton. No way. No. Vic says, hey, I'm starving. I want pizza. All the shops are closed in New York. Oh, I know. They do that here, too. In Florida, they close everything. So don't be a fuck up, you bitch. You know you're a bit much for the 11-year-old, but he loved it, bowling. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, and, you know, I mean, that is such a great idea, you know, just to involve him in things like that. And bowling is not an expensive thing either. Not that I don't think that was really that big of a thing. Although, you know, CP, you could tell by the way that he was talking, you know, that it was always like, oh, well, I paid for us to go again, you know, and even when he's talking about them going to the deep sea fishing thing, he's like, well, I paid for us to go again. Well, good. I mean, that's what you're supposed to do. You know what I mean? Like, don't brag about it. So what? You know, that's what if you invite somebody, a woman and her child to go with you someplace, you better be prepared to pay for it. I mean, come on, you know. Scranton says, I guess Nina could have some peace of mind that CP isn't going to do anything to Faith. 1, his mama wouldn't allow it, and 2, KP won't do anything to cross CP, aka her cash cow. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's a great point, you know, and I do keep that. You're right. I don't think that they would be that stupid, and I also don't think that Faith was a target at all. I really don't. I think Faith is more of a pawn than anything, in my opinion. But I don't think that they're going to try to hurt Faith. No, I agree, Scranton. Well said with, you know, Mama Socks. No, no, which is good. You know, that's a saving grace, right? So, well, yeah, it's inexpensive and close. Exactly. Yeah. And, you know, also has an arcade, which also, you know, Sebastian enjoys that as well. So, you know, and Town Chat Cafe says, Lady Freedom, so whatever became of that image, I think you discovered it, that looked like someone carrying Sebastian out, and it looked like KK was next to that person, probably holding the... Oh, my bad, sorry. Holding the flashlight, then she ran back. It is what it looked like, in my opinion. Yeah, yeah. That image was definitely from the Lights video, in my opinion. And it was one that was on Justin's channel, and then I kind of did a little bit of further enhancing on it. You know, and I think because it's part of Sebastian's case file and part of the evidence that they really didn't want out, and they're trying to say, oh, you know, nothing to see here, this Lights video is not relevant at this juncture. It might be later, but right now, you know, but they did keep it in his case file. I just really think that, well, I should still have it in here. This is you know, kind of two images, but especially the one that Limelit girl did. I've always kept that one because that one's, you know, you can really make out more in that one. And then I don't know if there's a person behind there or if that's an arm draped over. I'm still kind of up in the air about that as well. But yeah, Town Chat Cafe, that's the one, you know. And I think it does show Sebastian getting carried out, in my opinion. Oh, ROTC. Yeah, I forgot about ROTC, Sasha. Oh, yeah, number one ROTC. Yep, my oldest son, he loved it. ROTC is really good for kids, you know, and I knew a lot of kids in school that did ROTC. Back in the day, they would have you could either do like gym or you could do ROTC, and a lot of my friends was in ROTC, and it was preparing them for the military. And I think that Sebastian would have enjoyed something like that. I really do, because of the structure. Yeah, Vic, that's wonderful. Yeah, nobody. She's, I'm old. I'm old, and nobody I was ever with was nasty to me or my kids. Yeah, yeah. You can't allow for it, right? Because it's not the kid's fault. I don't understand why somebody would go for someone who has kids that didn't want kids to begin with, and then on top of it, somebody that has a child that has special needs that they need met. I don't understand that. It's like, if you're not prepared to do that, then why are you even getting in a relationship with that person? Just leave that person alone, right? I mean, what's the deal? And Scranton says, I would still put a secret listening device on Faith to monitor everything, and of course spend the summer parked outside down the road. Prayers for Nina and Faith. Amen, Scranton. I know. Absolutely. I mean, she could air tag Faith or something, like put it in her shoe or something like that, like in the tongue, sew it into the tongue of her shoe. I was thinking of different things like that. Because yeah, it's scary, you know. And I wonder if they look for things like that. Like, I wonder if they go through her things and stuff, you know. It's just a shame she's not a bit older. But hopefully Nina's preparing her for it. And I know she is. I think Nina is a very loving mother, you know. You just don't allow for it, Vix. You just don't allow for it. You don't. You know, it's like Harmony Montgomery. I can't believe her stepmom allowed for that either, you know. Excuse me. But yeah, I can't. I really can't. Yeah, because I'd have been like a human shield on that kid. I would have never, you know, like he would have had to hit me before he was going to hit her, you know. Um, yeah, learning the flag maneuvers and stuff. Absolutely. For color guard and things like that. Yeah, absolutely, Sasha. Yeah. There's just so much that he could have been involved in. And Scranton says, Lady, I was never not. Oh, I will never not believe those images mean something, in my opinion. Yeah, absolutely. Same here, Scranton. And, you know, when I first put them up, it was kind of speculatory. You know, I was just kind of like, okay, what do you guys think of this? This is what I'm seeing, and then this is what someone else was seeing. And we're kind of, you know, looking at these photos. What do you guys see? And then the more they were altered and things like that, like people were sending me a lot of enhancements that they were doing that were really, really good, right? With different software, right, than I was using and things like that, just like Limelight Girl when she sent that over. Really, really awesome. Just the outpouring of people that saw something in those images. And then, you know, I have to kind of point back. Thank you, Scranton, for that. Excuse me, this one. Oh, here we go. Now, this was recently America's Most Wanted. You know, that's John Walsh's son, Callahan Walsh. And these are some images that they featured on America's Most Wanted. And I mean, we can see they're very grainy images, right? Black and white too, because that's usually what surveillance cameras are going to pick up, is that grayscale, right? And these are the images that they're using to try to locate this fugitive. You know, so I mean, if we look at these images and then we kind of go back to the images that were enhanced, I mean, they're not terribly far off at all. At all. So for people to say like, well, those images just look like a blob. I mean, yeah, but so does this one. Oh, sorry. I was already up. But so does this one right here. Right? Especially the second one. The first one's kind of a little bit better to see, but you still can't make out a face. Right? And you look back at that one. You know, so. And of course, you know, I hurried up and took a screenshot of that one I saw. I was like, oh, hell, look at this. You know, these are worse than the flashlight video stills, you know. Hey, Juicy Jules, good to see you. SI officer says, play with the image some more. Look to the right of that whole outlined image. You will see more. Okay. Thanks, SI officer. Put it back up. Sorry, I lost my place here, guys. Okay. And look to the right of that whole outlined image, because there's more to it. Okay, I will try to play with that too. Time Chat Cafe says, yeah, the top left looks like his feet and his body is draping downward and his arms are hanging. That's what it looks like to me. Yeah, and see, that's what I was thinking was an arm hanging, and then somebody said, well, that kind of looks like another person back there, and I was like, you know, it very well could be. It very well could be. Hey, Juicy Jules, thanks for the green hearts. And Scranton Strangler says, wait, did I say that right? I think these images are legit. That's what I mean. No, yeah, you did. No, absolutely. But I just kind of wanted to show like the one from America's Most Wanted, because I was like, oh my gosh, like those ones aren't even as good as these ones, I don't think. Then again, I know who I think I'm perceiving to be looking at, right? Which, I can see Chris in here. And the thing that I found to be really, really strange, I guess, in my opinion, was that I did comparisons and I put Chris, his picture next to this image. And then I also put Seth's picture next to the image, right? And Seth was not upset at all. And, it wasn't like he was like, Lady Freedom, I can't believe you did that to me. And what are you trying to do to me? He knew I was speculating, right? Chris got really bent out of shape about these images. And as a matter of fact, if you guys remember, it was all the start of me being harassed and stalked and everything too. On top of that, it also brought in SF, and he was making fun of the images and things like that. It really caused a stir, and that causes me to take a look and say, why are they so bothered by this, right? Because there's got to be a reason why they're so bothered. Like, they're upset about it because I did the same comparison with Seth and he was fine with it, right? Because he knows that we're trying to get to the bottom of it. It's not like I'm not blaming anybody, right? I'm not saying this is 100% this person. I'm saying, what do you think? And here's a brief comparison to show. And boy, they didn't like that. And a lot of their people, are still upset about it. Oh, that's the one that messed with the photo and da-da-da. We're going to make up a bunch of lies about her. And, I mean, I can't believe it either, Vic. I wish there was something more, and maybe it's being prolonged. Maybe there's things going on behind the scenes that I don't know about, but to my knowledge, yeah, that's the last that I know. So, Little Miss Sharon says, I want an interviewer to ask KP, where was she when Foot was hitting Sebastian? Absolutely. Well, she tried to lie to Little Miss Sharon when Nancy Grace had asked that question, right? They tried to lie to Nancy, and then even Chris was like, oh, well, he has issues at school with lying and, mostly to do with his social and emotional dysregulation issues. It's like, well, that's not a reason to hit somebody, and then Katie was like, or lying about doing work, so she's just always going to try to cover Chris's ass on that one, because he put it all out there either way, I agree, Vic. We have tons of reasons to believe who is responsible. What are they waiting for? Yeah, I don't know. SI Officer says they keep wanting to discredit anything. Same with the Ruckus video. It is legitimate. Yeah, I agree. And that's the evidence that we have from that night, right? So it's just something that we're going to naturally examine. What are these people in the photos? Sasha says. So yeah, this is a still shot. I'll pop it back up here. This is a still shot from the night that Sebastian went missing, right? From the flashlight video. So this was caught on the surveillance camera from the corner house, right? And it's when the lights for the vehicle, the getaway vehicle, tripped the motion sensor light from across the street. So if we remember in Mob Crew's video, the car enters the neighborhood, it goes down Kellen, it turns around, it stops and drops someone off, and then it goes and parks on Stafford on the little curve, right in front of the house, and it trips on the motion sensor light with the headlights from the getaway car, right? And I just say that for, descriptive terms. And then they click their headlights off, and they sit there long enough for the motion sensor light to click back on when their headlights click on. So that's what trips that on. And this is when the still is taken. And this is a still, in my opinion, from the flashlight video. So, and you can really clearly kind of see it. Yeah, absolutely, SI officer. Yeah, because I know, and it's just one of those things where I really do believe that, I just really do. Sorry, guys, there we go. Oh, SI officer says the problem is because of the pixelation. Absolutely, I agree. They morph into animated or Lego-looking people that people just disregard and think they are nonsense, when in fact they are not. Absolutely. And people were saying that too. And I do think that there's a boxier look to the people's faces and things like that, because of the pixelation. Absolutely, SI officer. Thank you for explaining that too. You know how cleaned up they can get those photos. Oh, absolutely. And that's the problem that's so frustrating, because I know that they can do a way better job, SI officer says, don't look and do that now. Do that on your own time and research. You will see what I'm talking about. We can talk later. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm going to look a little bit further into that too and see, because I agree. There could be much more to this. And then also thinking about that, the audio that had come out after the fact. Some of the things that were alleged to be said in that were very scary. Town Chat Cafe says, well, to the right, and then a man's shoulder looks like it could be a female, possibly KK, carrying the flashlight, in my opinion, allegedly. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and that's what a lot of people were seeing Town Chat Cafe as well, That's a lot of people saw that too. Little Miss Sharon says, what if it's just Sebastian being carried around Foot's shoulders? Yeah, like kind of over the shoulder. Excuse me. Also, Bobby the neighbor said that that's what she allegedly saw as well, that somebody was carrying somebody over their shoulder. So it definitely would corroborate with what the neighbor was saying. Some kind of freaking cover up, Vic. I know. Isn't that crazy? It's just, it starts to make you think. I mean, for a while, I think we've been thinking of this, Scranton Strangler says, I would have loved to have been there to see KP and CP reaction when they saw these for the first time. Me too. And, Steve Fisher had a fit, and he was over there making fun of it, and, oh, this isn't true. And, they, in my opinion, threatened Nancy Grace, don't show it or you're going to get sued, and read her the riot act, in my opinion. And I've even heard it speculated on that maybe people were thinking that they were putting these things out here so then that way they would kind of fish and see what people's reactions are, which, I mean, it's not as far-fetched as maybe it would seem to be. So private property pulls their strings, in my opinion. Well, they need to go looking, Sasha. I agree. Sasha says, really? Well, now thanks for the confirmation, though. Protest too much. Yeah, they protest too much. Absolutely. Stench toes. Sasha. Oh my goodness. Very good to know. Any rise out of is telling, yep, and there's only really been a few, in my opinion. Absolutely. Well, and again, like I said, Seth wasn't worried about it. You know, I put his face up there. I'm like, you think it looks like poor Seth? You think it looks like Seth? You know, but I thought that would be fair, right? Because it's a guy, right? It looks like a dark-haired man, right? So let's just say, what do you guys think? You know, they were livid. You know, there wasn't any you know, taking it lightly, or, oh, that's just, you know, a chick that's got 2,500 people speculating. Oh no, they were pissed. And so were their flying monkeys. That's the whole reason for all of what's going on, in my opinion. Sasha says, where are they? At the area of Stafford Court. Yes. So you know how Kellen goes straight in. So like if you come into Victoria Place, it just goes straight down Kellen. They came into the neighborhood, turned around, and then came back down, stopped, allegedly. Someone got out, and then somebody's coming from the other end with the light. So that's the first light source that we see in the lights video, and then someone else coming to meet from the house, right? But then the car goes around and parks on Stafford and sits there, right? And the headlights actually trip off the motion sensor light across the street. And then they turn the lights off, and they sit there long enough for the motion sensor light to click back off. And then when whatever they're bringing to the car arrives, they turn their headlights on, and it trips the motion sensor light back on, and that's when the still was taken. And then it's alleged that the car backed onto Kellen and then out of the neighborhood again. So that's, you know, yeah, so it's kind of just on that little curve on Stafford Court, that this is alleged to have happened, you know. Good night, Anne. Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to be getting off here soon, too. I can't believe we've been on for 4 hours, but I wanted to do a little bit of an extra long live tonight because I know we missed a lot this week. So, yes, little Miss Sharon says allegedly KP ran back, so it would just be Sebastian and Foot, in my opinion. Yeah, and whoever the getaway driver was, right? Someone was the getaway driver. And I still haven't figured out who that could be. But I have some ideas, you know. I do. You can almost see their face. Almost see, especially the person, you know, in the front, Vic. Yeah. And, you know, that might be due to the light, too, you know, because that first person's going to be in the front in the light, and then there'll be a shadow. So, yeah. Sasha says, then I'm back to my original theory. Sebastian was taken to the private property. My speculation, second generation, or he's under the home in the crawl space. This particular still really indicates. Yeah, well, and you know, I can see why you think that way. Absolutely. I mean, you know, because they did not want the dogs by the house. That was very apparent. You know. And I still think the crawl space could be something. And, you know, you never know. Maybe they were handing off evidence. There could have been a reason why there was something being picked up from there. But it does look like someone's being carried. It definitely does. Town Chat, I do not have a copy of the audio. I'm trying to think. I think Guidance had it. I think that's who I heard it was Guidance. Or maybe it was Justin. Sasha says he was taken away, so what were these people doing in the common area, disposing of the drugs into the water and taking Sebastian out of the home to second generation in Gallatin? A lot of people think that is a big part of it. A lot of people, Sasha, and I'm one of them, that thinks that there could have been absolutely something right there going on. And Scranton says, Sasha, I would think that the dogs would have hit if he was in the crawl space, don't you think? Yeah, well, you know, I don't know if they actually let him in the house, though. But I would think if they're, I don't know where the crawl space is actually, like if there's a door that goes from the inside or how that works. Because I know that the neighbor's home, there was like a little door that they were looking in their crawl space looking for Sebastian. So oh, they did put a military gate at second generation. That is odd. No kidding. Oh no, SA officer, your phone went kaput. Yes, yes. Thank you, SI officer. I'll talk to you soon. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Um, yes, and I'm going to be getting off of here too because I'll be working on tomorrow's show. I'm going to try to get us some information on the schools too because I think that would be an interesting topic and just something to kind of talk about and discuss. Yeah, I bet it's very obvious, especially CP in the still. I mean, he does look very, very similar, in my opinion. I didn't think it looked anything, like anybody but Chris. But I still wanted to be fair and do an equal comparison, right? SI officer says, I would be curious as to whether or not the car going back and forth a few times, is there any storm drainage where they possibly got rid of evidence along the way, back and forth, etc. Very possible. And I know they said they stuck cameras down there, but that doesn't mean that, they're going to find anything, even if they stuck the cameras down there. Well, Miss Sharon says Bauer sucks, in my opinion. I mean, I've always thought they were involved. I really have. Not really from the very, very beginning, but it kind of became more and more clear really early on, Sasha says, KP quote, I ran back. I mean, I drove, of course. 100%. Yep. Yeah, she did say that. Yeah. Yep. She's like, I ran back. I mean, drove. Yeah, absolutely. And we know she was just driving around the neighborhood and not even with her window open, or anything. I think I even still have that picture. So I wasn't wanting to get rid of it. But, there's that. And that's 6:20, right? And we found out that was the first bus that goes to the high school. And then Sebastian's came more around 7 o'clock. I mean, Good night, Anne. Good night. Thank you so much for being here. But yeah, I mean, I think Vic, it might have been, step foot Bauer socks. Yeah. John, I did not hear about that. Did you hear about the white car that was abandoned like 3 miles from the house on that road to Deer Park area? No, I haven't heard anything else about it. I do remember when they were speculating, I think it was in the beginning, town chat. Yeah, but I haven't heard anything more. Yeah, I did, but I haven't heard any kind of like an update. 6-foot hole in the crawl space. Okay. That makes me wonder too. Because I know people were saying like there was between 4 feet, and I kind of had that one where you could see it was like on cinder blocks and like, where there was ample amount of room, like even to do an army crawl or anything, So Sasha says, yes, they did in a brand new concrete building and a new cabin with a bunch of gravel and a big concrete driveway leading into the woods, all new at second generation this year. And the gate, 100% fact. Wow. I'll have to go look and see. I'll have to get a pic of that so I could show you guys. Wow, that's interesting. Yeah, that sounds a little bit, it sounds like a big project for no reason, you know? Town Chat says, well, there is another person in the family that resembles CP2. Oh, yes. And that, are you talking about his stepbrother? CP's stepbrother? Yeah, Vic says, we know what happened and they are not going to gaslight us. Yeah, it's one thing, you know, to kind of, you know, say, well, this is the information and this is why we don't think so. But yeah, we have, I think we have enough circumstantial evidence. I really do at this point. You know, and if like I said before, you know, if we're looking at, you know, this image that America's Most Wanted is putting out there for the public to view, to actually catch this person, right? And we see how bad that image is, but then just with a little tiny bit of enhancements, and this is what we get off of this image. I mean, it's like, how can you say, you know, like, how can you say that this image isn't sufficient, but the other ones that they're showing out America's Most Wanted are? And she went up the street and back in 32 seconds. Come on. Right, exactly. Yes, and she's not even like hollering out the window or anything like that, Scranton. Exactly. No. It's too unbelievable. It doesn't make any sense, you know? Oh, little Miss Sharon. Pizza run. Yeah, the night he went missing at Town Check Cafe says, yes, I think so. Sasha says you have to walk from Stafford to Second Generation on Google Maps. Okay. Because the website only shows what it looked like last year. Oh, okay, right. Because you got to click the arrow. Okay, Sasha. Okay. Google Maps and then arrow. Click. Walk to Second Gen. Wow. Because yeah, I know the Google Earth updated itself for 2025. So, but I mean, that's the comparisons, you know, that we have here. So it's really, really interesting that those images were good enough for America's Most Wanted, but you know, nothing to see here with Sebastian's case. Thanks, Sasha. I'll take a look at that too. And Town Chat Cafe says that person on the right shoulder almost looks like they have dark hair, darker than KP's, in my opinion. Yeah, and you know, again, when the police arrived, who was at the house? We don't know that. And how if they're going to tell us that? You know, but there could have been other people at the house that were involved. You know, who's to say that they didn't stay all night? You know? The person on the, okay, oh, little bit, Sharon says, good idea, I'm going to make some pizza. Vic says, what is it? Those pics. Yeah, those are just stills from that night, Vic, from the flashlight video. So the other ones from America's Most Wanted are just kind of like an example that I saw, and I was like, I took a picture. I'm like, oh my gosh, I have to show people this, because I think the ones from the America's Most Wanted are worse than the ones that we tried to enhance, you know, so. Wow. Sasha says, one night something told me to just walk from Stafford to Second Generation, and I saw all this new shit. It took hours. Oh my goodness, right? Well, and it is an up and coming area, so I can totally see that. But I'll do that. I'll do that. Yeah, I wonder why it does. I wonder why it wouldn't just pull you right into that, what it looks like today, since it did the update, though. That's strange. Walk just from Stafford, though, huh? It's not terribly far away, but I guess if you're walking it on the Google Earth, it is. So, Well, guys, I appreciate you all so much for being here and for talking with me tonight and just giving me all these ideas. Sasha, I'm really going to look into that second generation. I can't believe they did all that. I'm surprised they didn't put a freaking moat in or something like that with a moat and a drawbridge, you know? Like, what's going on? Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm super perplexed. I'm perplexed by it also. I am. Yeah, Scranton, that's a good point. Makes you wonder who donated a bunch of money to build all that stuff in the last year. Yeah, exactly. Or why they're building all of that, right? I know their internet likes to kick off, especially across the Bower Sox. But yeah, let me take a look. Let me take a look at that and see if I can't get any of those images in to show you guys, because that's something that's really interesting. And you know, I'll have a good show planned for you guys tomorrow night, and then I'll be off on Sunday, but we'll be back Monday hopefully. Thanks, Vic. Says prayers for Sebastian and Seth. Absolutely, always, absolutely, always. And thank you all so much for being here. And I will see you all tomorrow night. And you all take care. Stay safe out there. Say prayers. If you haven't been able to sign the petition at change.org, please go over there and do that for Sebastian. It's really quick. It doesn't take a lot of time. And then please remember to reach out to, if you want to do the quick way, definitely you can reach out to Cash on X. Let me pull that up. And his FBI handle is at Cash Patel 28. You know, and that's just the beginning of my letter there. Hey, Mr. Patel, you know, I'm reaching out regarding Sebastian Rogers. Yeah. And then you could always also publicly address him. And then there's also the letter writing, right? So, and I'm gonna get this out as well too. It'll probably be next week because I want to write. I want to make sure I write a good letter and give some examples, and I'll also print out, you know, Sebastian's flyer. So, and I mean, Sebastian's still on the FBI website as far as I know, so that's good too. All right, guys. Well, I love you all so much. Thank you all so much for being here. And you all have a wonderful evening or the rest of your morning. And little Miss Sharon, enjoy your pizza run. And I will talk to you guys tomorrow. Thank you all so much.